Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, you sleepy puppy? Oh, what did I find? Oh, you have a stick. You have a stick. I fixed it. I fixed your stick. Everything's great. Say hello. Say hi. It's already been a little while since the stream. He said, "See, oh no. Stay here for a little bit." Oh, what's this? And you have a leaf. How did you get so much debris on you on your walk tonight? Look at the puppy. Yeah. That's my good boy. Were you so excited that we got to do a post office run yesterday? And you got a car ride? And a pup cup? It was so good. It was so good. You saw Dad. You want to go see him? You need to go follow him and see what he's up to and supervise him? Huh? You're so noodly. Why are you so noodly? Sit up straight. Oof. There we go. Ah! Flash, thank you so much for the 35 months resub. Yeah. Say thank you. Thank you. Oh, good. Okay, yeah, you want to go? You can go. Okay, goodbye. There you go. I didn't realize I'm gonna pick this up. Come on. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Yeah, no, you can't have that. I had a tray that had some of the dice I was working on at dog snoot level, and I was like, oh no. They've already proven to me they like to crunch on dice, and I don't want to. I already have to make a replacement set of dice. I don't need to do a second one. I had a package get lost by USPS, and they did an investigation. We're like, yeah, sorry, we don't know. But here's the problem: is it didn't just get lost in the mail. It says it got delivered, and they're like, because we scanned it as delivered. Like, as far as we're concerned, it's just a stolen package. So like, we can't do anything. So that's fun. So at least the person it affected is being like real nice, and they're like, what options do you have at this point? I was like, this is where I get to burst your bubble and tell you, like, there's a lot of people who think that, like, businesses have, like, access to special, like, services or people or contacts or whatever with postal service or FedEx and whatever. It's like, we don't. Like, maybe, like, big, like, huge volume, like, companies do. But just because somebody's a company, like me, we don't. I get access to the exact same things that everybody else does. So since they've said we're SOL because it got marked as delivered, I'm SOL. So it's like that's it. So that sucks. So I was like, but it's like, it sucks. But I was like, I don't want it to suck for a customer person because it's not their fault, and I know it's not my fault either. But, like, it is what it is at this point, so I gave them a couple options that were picking something else out of the shop that I'll send to them, or if they want that set remade. Either way, it's just a loss for me, and it blows. So, that's also real fun. Oh, Santarko wants me to drink water. Everybody drink water. It's also real fun because I'm going into potentially up, like, 2 weeks of jury duty, which means it's 2 weeks that I'm not doing the turbo door job, and I'm not gonna be able to work on dice because I'll be there. So it's just bad. It's just bad all around. It's a good time. So, any pet-friendly resins? No, it's not pet-friendly. Pet-friendly plastic, not a thing. Yeah, Griff has eaten a D8 before out of a commission, which made it even worse. But that was, God, I think like 2 years ago at this point. That person was very chill. And I was like, I have good news and bad news. The good news is 6 of the 7 pieces of your set are done. The bad news is that 7th one was also done, but I have evidence that Griff ate it. So I need to remake it. I'm so sorry. And they were like, oh my God. They're like, I have dogs. I get it. They were great. But son of a bitch. Oh, that's right, Joe. You had jury duty yesterday. All right, congratulations on getting dismissed. Dude panicked and took a deal before he got asked any questions. I mean, good for you. I don't know what to expect next week. Ugh. No, Flash, they can get you for that. I am hoping that I am just naturally inconvenient to keep around like I was the last time I got called a jury duty. I'm thinking a mask might do me some favors. if I'm in a room of potential jurors and I'm the only one wearing a mask, one of two things will happen. They'll either go, that's the most responsible person here, we should keep her. Or the more likely one is, she's the weird, odd one out, she's gonna be problematic, just get rid of her. We'll see what happens. And if that doesn't do it, maybe all the family and law enforcement will. That was what cut me from the last one. So, I don't know. Oh no, Ashley, that's how I knew Griff was the one who ate it. It was in pieces in an unsalvageable format. But I was like, I needed to know what happened to it because I wasn't sure if I just lost it or a dog had eaten it. So I checked the poop for a couple days. So we got it back, but not in a way I could ever clean. Even if I could clean it, I would never feel like I was clean. But let's say I could, it was not going to go back together. Yeah, no, he didn't eat it whole. He crunched that sucker. It was actually kind of impressive. So, anyways. Yeah, hi everybody. Let's... God, where am I? I feel like everyone should know I'm not drinking whiskey tonight. I'm drinking a Mai Tai. There was a drink Jeff wanted to make that needed a syrup that I can't pronounce. It starts with an O and it's like an almond syrup. I could spell it. It's O-R-E-G-A-T. However you say that, it's an almond syrup. And I was like, I like almonds. I like almond stuff. Like I love amaretto and whatever. So we made this drink, this mezcal cocktail thing. He likes it. I didn't like it. I was like, I gotta think of things to do with the syrup. And on the bottle, it had a recipe for a Mai Tai. And I was like, what? I don't know if I've ever actually had a Mai Tai. I should do that. Guys, it's fucking delicious. It's so good. So I made a double. Because I was like thinking of being efficient for the stream. We know I'm gonna go through 2. Might as well start with 2. Carl, congratulations on passing your smog check. Flash, it was a combination of things. So the first question they asked was, do you have any family in law enforcement? And my hand went up. I have multiple members, family members in varying degrees of law enforcement. And then they go through, it was like me and like 2 other people in the potential pool. And then I go, okay, does anybody have any experience with pharmaceuticals? And mine was the only hand that went up at that point. And I could see the defense lawyer's face just like, okay, explain that. And so I gave my background and they went, okay, great. Motion to dismiss. And that's what did it. It was the twofer. So we'll see. I found out later that that case had been for someone who had been manufacturing things in their kitchen and then also assaulted the arresting officers. So that was just a 1-2 punch to get me off of that jury. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Anyways, God, I wish I feel like I was talking about a spork in that quote. It's pronounced I hate you, Joe. Did I spell it wrong? Did I switch the G and the E when I said it out loud? Fun fact, it was in 2nd grade, 3rd grade. I had killed it in the classroom spelling bee to go to the school-wide one. And I got out on the first word because I just had like a verbal dyslexia thing for a very basic word. I thought I was very confused. Like, that's incorrect. You're cut. I was like, no. I was like, it's spelled like this. And they're like, that's not the thing you said the first time. So, not learning from last week's double. Last week's double was a different problem. I don't remember what it was. Last week was margarita day. Look, tequila, a double of tequila. And that wasn't a double. That was a double after I had already doubled. That was a 4. I was 4 margaritas in by the end of that. It was not a smart choice. I have not been day drinking because I was at work. Colonel Sanders was almost a year ago? No. What? Oh my God, yeah, it would have been, because I was going to do it in January, and then my hookup was like, I can get you uniform. Oh my God. Oh yeah, it says the date right there. Oh. I don't know how do I feel about that piece of information. Oh, I definitely said the A. I think I switched the E and the G when I pronounced it out loud. Pronounced it? Spelled it out loud? I don't fucking know. So Flash, that's a good question. If I get dismissed, I didn't learn any information. So, like, the story will just be how I got dismissed, if I did. If there is a case going that I will not, if I get assigned to a case, I won't be able to talk about it. And definitely not while it's going on. I'm unclear of the rules afterwards. I can't imagine everybody who's ever on a jury never speaks about it. We'll see. I'll figure it out if it becomes relevant. I'm hoping it doesn't, though. Water's in the dryer. Hell yeah! Snacks are handy. Water's refilled. I read it in a completely different order than you typed it. I don't think it matters. What it matters is you did it. I know we're gonna touch the microphone. We're gonna talk about science stuff, but we're gonna wait till James gets here because I feel like James will be interested in it. Sorry. I know Rhaegar's here. I don't think James gives a shit. So we're gonna talk about this. So, some of you who pay attention to my dice adventures, if you're on the Twitters, or if you're in the Discord and looked at the dice channel, there's something I've been very excited about for a couple of weeks. Been working on it. I don't fucking have... They're right over there. I can get them if I want. I have stickers. I have some new stickers now. Like, I had the hollow Long Dog dice stickers, which I still very much love. But I was like, I wanted to do something else. And there was a video call, me and Sassy and Ashley. Every so often we'll get on a video call. Usually it's after I've had D&D sessions, like after the one I run. They're my counsel. They're my plot pickle counsel. So I give them the whole rundown of all the stuff that's happened. They go, ooh, and we have a grand old time. And I go, here's what I'm thinking next. Here are the plot problems I'm trying to figure out. And they'll help me noodle on it, and we'll talk through things, and then talk about how I'm going to fuck with my players and all that kind of stuff. And we were talking about D&D and all of that on one of these. And I went, I am such a slut for lore. I'm a lore whore. And we laughed about it and then moved on. And several days went by, and I was still thinking about that phrase I said. I was like, lore whore, that's got potential to be something. I was like, that's got to be like a sticker. And so then I had a fully formed picture of what that would be in my head. And I was like, well, I'm not an artist, so like I can't, how do I make it into a thing? Unfortunately, because of the kind of work that I do, I know many artists. So I hit up one of them and I was like, hey, I know you do this for work. So if you don't have the bandwidth, you don't want to, like, whatever, cool. But if you're interested, I have a thing I'd like to do. And she was like, oh my God, yes, tell me about it. And so I gave her the concept. I was like, here's the whole thing. Like, I have it pictured exactly. I was like, this is the background. This is in the middle ground. This is the foreground. I was like, I know I want this kind of font. I was like, I don't have a color palette picked out yet, but I like these. Interested? And she was like, dope. Yeah, here's what I would charge for that. And it was very reasonable. And so she put it together. It was fucking great. We went through a couple iterations, like tweaking some stuff. So I have these really awesome... I'm gonna fucking get them. They're over here. They're over here. Anyways, I wonder if that one's gonna get green screened out. So I'm gonna show you the red one. It's the camera's mirrored, so lore, like the words are reversed for you. But I'm very, very fucking excited about these. There's that one, and then there's a blue one. Let's see how much of it is green screened out. Oh, most of it, or a lot of the D20 in the background. You can see pictures on Twitter or in the Discord, or on my website, because the stickers are there now. So I'm very jazzed. There's pins that are in progress of the blue one. Those will be an 1.25 inches. Yes, very excited about them. Showed my mom the sticker, and she read Lore's the name Lori. It was gonna be a little Lori whore. Perfect. Yes. So I am very excited about them. But after I ended up with this design, I was like, shit, I need this on a mug. Not like I need more mugs in the house, but like, it needs to be a mug. So I went and figured out how to get a mug made for me. And I was very excited about it. And then Sassy and Ashley were like, well, we kind of want mugs. And I was like, okay, no, I figured it out for me. So like, let me see if I can figure out a good way for like you guys to do it. So I like figured out how to make that available to other people. And I was like, okay, here you go. Here's a secret way to do it. But by the time I like figured out like all the things that needed to go into setting up that service, so I should give more details because this is where one of my frustrations that made me go, I need a double Mai Tai. Okay, so I'm using a service called Printful, which is a print-on-demand service. And so the way you can set it up, especially because I use Shopify, is it's like an app plugin for the thing. And so I set up the stuff I want to be able to sell on Printful. I'm like, here's my files, and I do all the placement and whatever, and it's there. And then Shopify, and then it like loads that thing that I made over there into a Shopify listing. Okay? So it does that. And so somebody can go on the site and be like, I want to buy the thing. And so they'll buy the thing on my site. And then what the person buys it from me, and I hit a button and I go, yo, Printful, someone bought the thing. You good? And they go, yeah. And then they make it, print it on demand, and then they ship it to the person. That's the general idea. So when people buy stuff from my dice site, it's not just dice anymore. It's got stickers now, and we'll have mugs maybe. Because at this point I put in so much work for it, I feel like I have to make them widely available. So one of the things I had to figure out when I like started the site is how sales tax works. Sales tax rules are insane. And I say that because they're different for every state. The one good thing Texas has going for it is that it is an origin-based sales tax state. It's one of, I think it's like only 7 states do that. The rest of them are all destination-based. So that means like the sales tax is calculated based on where the thing is going. For me, in Texas, because I'm origin-based, the sales tax is based on where I am, where it's coming from. None of this is legal tax advice. This is me just spouting the stuff I think I have figured out that relates to me specifically. So if somebody in Texas buys a thing from me, I charge them sales tax based on my exact tax rate for exactly where I am. If someone in a different state buys something from me, they don't have to pay sales tax because they're not in Texas. I'm not going to begin to try to describe how destination-based stuff would work because I was like, I don't need to worry about it, so I'm not going to. This makes my brain hurt. So there's that. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that, and that applies for any state where you have what they call having nexus, having economic nexus. So like, there's a threshold of sales to each state you'd have to hit to like consider having nexus there. So it's like, if I was a big company and it's like, I'm here, but I have a warehouse in Iowa, I'd have nexus here and in Iowa. And so I'd have to worry about Iowa bullshit. I just picked Iowa. I don't know why. It was like kind of in the middle. So I just picked a state out of thin air. But I'm only here, and so it's fine. Well, I'm using Printful. And so what happens is like, I effectively, when somebody orders something from me that's going to go to Printful, it's like, it automatically makes, like, I turn around and then do an order from Printful, is pretty much how that works. But it's like an automated process. Like, you bought from me, I buy from Printful and have it sent to you, is how it mechanically works. They have nexus in a whole bunch of states. So the things are then subject to all of their stuff. So if someone in Kentucky, I was trying to think of a state that I didn't know for a fact anybody here was in, so nobody thought I was like coming for them. I'm going with Kentucky. If any of you live in Kentucky, I didn't know that. Somebody from Kentucky were to order, like if I make the mugs available on the site, and then it's going to go through Printful. If somebody from Kentucky orders from my site a mug, what'll happen is is the site should be like, you're in Kentucky, she's in Texas, no sales tax. Perfect. Does not charge them sales tax. I push the order to Printful, and Printful goes, we have Nexus in Kentucky. You owe us sales tax. So now I have to pay sales tax on the thing, even though I didn't collect that sales tax. So like whatever, let's say it's gonna be $250 in tax. I'm gonna get charged an extra $250 I didn't get from the person. And like, so like, and I just have to pay that. It sucks. It just eats into whatever was supposed to come to me. So it's like, that sucks. There's gotta be something I can do about that. Bet y'all didn't know you were getting this lesson today. I hope you were ready for this. Okay. So that was problem number 1. Problem number 2 is like, they buy the mug and it's going to ship directly from Printful, and Printful has their own shipping rates that I don't control. So it's like, okay, I got to make sure it's set up so that way when somebody buys a mug, effectively from them, it charges what Printful's going to charge for the shipping. And I thought I had that set up right, because when my sister made her order, it charged her the right number. And I was like, fuck yeah. That shipping's done. That's good. And it'll do that. So here's where, so that's the mechanics of it and where kind of the pitfalls are. So here's where the headaches started. There's another cool thing that happens when you are a business, or at least a small, I don't know if there's a point at which it doesn't happen. I know for me, I qualify, I get to do this thing, is if you're a business and you're buying things for your business, whether you're buying them as like materials to make your stuff, or you're just like, you're buying something that you're then going to retail. So like, if I bought these stickers, I paid these people to print them for me and send them to me. So like that kind of stuff. I don't have to pay sales tax on this purchase. Because otherwise, then you got to think about it. It'd be a double dip. It's like, I got to pay sales tax to buy these, and then somebody has to pay sales tax to buy them from me. That's silly. So if you're going to buy something that is for El Businesso, I just need to make sure this is, okay, good. Did it, without getting into any details, did it work correctly? Ashley came in while I'm talking about the thing. It looks like it did it correctly. Thank fucking God. Okay. All right. Problem number 1 seems to have been resolved. Okay, great. So I don't have to pay sales tax on these things because I'm going to turn around and sell them and collect the sales tax when they sell from me. So there's like a form you got to fucking fill out. There are a number of states, I think it's 37 of them, all kind of have the same process and rules as far as that goes. So you can fill out a form that covers multiple states. All right? And Texas is one of them. So I filled out this form that's supposed to cover these 36, 37, whatever fucking number states. I filled that out and submitted it to Printful. And we talked about this a little bit on Mondays. I submitted it to Printful. And it was like, it's been rejected. Your information doesn't match. And I was like, what do you mean what things don't match? So, short version, I ended up having to submit that form 7 different times before they finally were like, okay, it looks good. And it came through, and it's like, cool, accepted. And I went, great. So I was like, all right, it's been accepted. Sassy, Ashley, y'all can make your orders. Sassy makes her order. It charges shipping correctly, charges me sales tax. And I was like, well, fuck. Because there's not a way to refund it. So I was like, Ashley, don't make the order. I gotta figure this out. So now I have to email them and be like, is there another way I'm supposed, like, is there, this thing says that this was a state that should have been covered by this document. It charged me sales tax. Do I have to resubmit the same form? Because when I fill out the form, or when I fill out the thing online, it was like, put in this information, put in this information, put in the state. And I was like, do I have to submit this form, the same form, 37 times to cover all the states? Hey, Andy Man can. Thank you very much. That's very good. I like that. Thank you very much for that follow. I was like, do I have to do this 37 times? And they emailed me back, and they're like, no, we made a mistake. We should have marked all the states. So sorry. It's been fixed now. And I was like, okay, cool. I was like, all right, y'all can do the orders. At this point, I've also given the secret link to Liz. Spoilers. I give Liz the secret link. She makes her order. I get the notification that, and she orders 2. I get the notification that 1, it charged me sales tax, and 2, it did not scale the shipping. So like the shipping, the way they do it is like, it's like $6.49 or $6.99 or whatever for the first thing. And then for each additional thing, it's another like $4 or whatever. And it just charged her for 1. And I was like, well, so between sales tax and extra shipping, I was like, I paid, I lost money for Liz to be able to get the thing. I was like, what the fuck? So I go back to it and I have to email and be like, hey, WTF. And then I had to spend a bunch of time digging into like, why is the shipping not working? And that's when I found a bunch of things being like, oh, yeah, no, when Printful like plugs into Shopify, there's not actually a way for us to scale shipping. No solution. It's just like, yeah, we just can't do that. So I was like, all right. So then I spent like an hour deep diving forums. I was like, there's got to be a way I can set a shipping profile to be smarter than this. So as long as nobody buys more than 4 mugs at a time, in theory, I have it set correctly and it should scale. I had to go find out the weights of the mugs and then do math and be like, this is how much 1 mug weighs. This is how much 2 mugs will weigh. This is 3. And do that so that way I could set a profile that was like, cool, if it weighs between this and this, charge this amount. If it weighs this and this for 2 mugs, then it's this amount. It's fucking insane. It very much felt like that, Carl. It's like, oh, we know. Their recommendation was like, oh, make sure you account for that in your product pricing. I'm like, I'm not going to jack up the price of everything in case, like, this person orders 2. It's been covered by everybody else being overcharged a little bit. Like, what? No! Fuck off! So anyways. So in theory, here's the other thing. This is what makes me nervous, though. Is it's a plugin and they, like, sync stuff. Is I know the other day, when I was initially setting stuff up, I deleted all of the shipping zones that were outside of the US. Because if I'm going to ship outside of the US, then there's a whole bunch of other tax shit I have to worry about. There's all the VAT stuff. There's also a bunch of weird custom stuff on how things are classified. And I was like, I'm not registered in any of these other countries. And some of them just get real fucking weird. And I was like, I maybe could figure it out. I feel like it's going to be a lot of time invested for what might be like a small handful of mugs to go places. Like, I'm not going to do it. So I just disabled everything that wasn't US. And I know I did that. But today when I was fucking around with stuff, all the other ones were back. And I was like, I hope it doesn't sync like every couple of hours. Because one, that would mean it constantly is threatening to have there be international sales that I literally legally I'm not set up for. And 2, then I'm afraid it's going to undo all the work I just did. I'm like horrified to check it. Like I'm going to check it first thing in the morning and see if all of them still look right. I don't know. We're going to see. But anyways, that's how that's going. I also had someone from Italy order stickers, and I'm like, damn, I hope I set up that shipping correctly, and I can just pop these in an envelope like they're a letter. Otherwise, that's a problem too, but that's a different problem. I'll figure that one out tomorrow. Anyways, Carl, please don't order 10. But yeah, so I have a shipping profile set up to 4 mugs. I figured that'd be like the most insane. I'm like, who's gonna order more than 4 mugs? I can't imagine anyone's gonna get more than 4. And then I'll have the one order come in where somebody was like, oh, I bought them for my whole crew. Or something. But it's like, I have to set them for individual stuff. Anyways. That was my adventure. That was my adventure with Printful and trying to get taxes set up. And the other thing is that there's no solution for the 13 states or whatever that aren't covered by that multi-jurisdiction form. There's no way to account for that. I can't be like, oh, if these states order these items, charge them this amount of tax. Because it also starts getting in a weird place where it's like, I collected tax. And so, like, that gets reported. It's like, but I'm not remitting it to the state. I'm collecting it to be a pass-through. And it's like, I don't know what pass-through laws are. So if anybody orders one of those 13 states, I just have to eat that cost. And I'm like, that's okay. I'll deal with that. That's fine. God. All right, I'm going to catch up on chat now. Yes, there is a preview. There is technically a preview of one of the mugs, at least on Twitter. That was how I teased that these stickers were coming. I was quite proud of that video. I put on makeup just to do that, but also my hair wasn't cooperating, so I was like, this is wig time. I had a lot of fun making that, though. It's just a cute little thing. Proceeds to order 10 mugs. Sure is muggy up here. Oh my god. Look, here's the thing, is if you bought 10... I did the math. You know, so if you bought 10, but they were all the small ones, if you bought 10 of them, I think I would make a net $10 by the time I finished paying for all the shipping that wasn't covered by the shipping rules I said. That would be painful. Maybe I should put I don't know if anybody's gonna read. Do people read listings? I feel like a lot of people just don't read in general. Maybe I should put a note being like, if you need to order more than 4 mugs, email me. Maybe I should put that note. And that way that if somebody orders more than 4, I could just cancel the order and I can point at that and be like, I requested this. Hey, let's talk about it. Maybe that. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. You deleted my zone from the shop. Oh, that's right. You're Kenyadian. I forgot. I'm just gonna put a marker that when I highlight this for the VOD, it just mysteriously cut out for a while there, and we're back. Okay. Catching up on stuff. Dear Lord. Oh god, I've missed so many things. Okay, quick fire. Quick fire as best we can. Can I order just the stickers? Yes, you can. You probably asked that before I said that someone from Italy ordered just stickers. Yes, they are there. I have it set up so that way it charges like just the postage for like they go in a regular ass envelope like a letter. So that'll do that. List being on the ball, drop in the link to the stickers. Since you're an LW, you'll dig this. Jess and I discussed our characters and figure out they're going to hate each other. Oh, fun! Here's a paladin that... hers is a paladin that fell from grace and turned to necromancy to bring her dead love back to life. My gnome will see that as abusing the spirit of dead and disrupting the natural order of things. Very druid mentality. Very nice! I'm following this to the letter. If the IRS comes for me, I'm unsubbing. Incredible. Perfect. I love it. I slept for red and or red-black dice. I'm seeing so many sold out. Yeah, I don't... Red... I like a lot of the red-black ones I've done. Power Would Kill is one of the ones that goes up for pre-order every once in a while. Power Would Kill, I love. I just sent one out the other day. I don't have the pre-orders for regular sets open right now. I just have just D6 sets open. But I'll probably flip the other ones back on at some point, so if that's one you liked. The Void. I keep meaning to do some more Voids, but God, they're so pretty. They are in the tier of hardest ones to make. Trying to decide between Reincarnate and Blink. Nico looks good. Keep in mind, Nico is just the D20, but Nico is Jeff's character in our Breach campaign. Blink is also very sparkly and very good. Reincarnate, I really liked. Catching up. List praising the God of Mischief set. That was a good set. I like that one. And Sassy's here. Hi, Sassy. That was like forever ago. I like how Ashley bought 2 mugs because she's like, I will break one eventually, and is just being future-proofed. I love it. I have many extras of my safe Dr. Pepper cups. Wait! What is a safe Dr. Pepper cup? You need to elaborate on that. Okay. I'm catching up. I could get the mug. It's all the way downstairs, though. Can you cap the order? I probably could! I could probably... I don't know. Can you set a limit? We're gonna just be talking this whole time until James gets here. He's gonna show up and we're not even in the game yet! God. So anyways, yeah, I'm hoping I'll have the mugs. Like, I'll double check and make sure Ashley's was good. Like, make sure it looks good on my side before, like, it yells at me for anything. And if that's good, then I'll let you guys know in the Discord when they're public. And I like that I kind of accidentally got to guinea pig some people to, like, find all these little problems before I just open them up publicly. Because can you imagine if I didn't know this and then, like, 12 orders came in and I was just, like, bled money out and be like, I have to close Long Dog Dice now. I've lost all my money on mugs. God. The cool thing is, so, to be clear, when the mugs go up, because they go, that order gets routed to Printful, they go somewhere else. Like, the mugs will ship separately from whatever else you get. So if you're like, oh, the mugs aren't available and I want to do all of it all at once, like, there's no difference in making 2 separate orders versus doing one because of how it all works. So if you're like, okay, well, I'll just wait, you can do that. Or you can be like, cool, I'm going to do these things now, and I'll do the mugs later. Yeah, Sassy, Ashley, and Liz were the fucking guinea pigs, proof of concepts for me, and I greatly appreciate it because, like, fuck this whole process. Printful is killing me. Cap is possible on items, thank fucking God. Okay, I'll need to figure that out. Maybe I could figure it out, or maybe you could just tell me. Also, I mean, here's the problem, is I only have a Shopify basic plan. I know there's some extra things I can get in other plans, and so, like, maybe it's limited in that. I don't know. Shopify is from a Canadian company. Interesting. Yeah, Ashley, you gotta tell us more about... I'll share a pic of my Dr. Pepper cup, my water cup, my tea cup and accessories, and my orange juice cup. Okay, like, I understand why your tea cup is a separate cup. I get that. Do you legit have a dedicated Dr. Pepper cup and a dedicated water cup and a dedicated orange juice cup, and they can't contain the other liquids? Like, do you just, like, I have 3 cups, and they end up with these things in them? Or do you literally, like, this one's only for orange juice? I have to know. I'm not judging. Because I have my habits, and I'm sure I have something else just as specific as that. I can't think of it right now, but I'm sure I do. I do have spatulas I've forbidden Jeff from using in pans for stuff. I'm like, these are my baking spatulas. These are my good baking scrape the bowl spatulas. If you put them in a hot pan to, like, do your scrambled eggs or flip over some meat or, I don't know, insert thing here, I will fucking kill you. There is that. But, anyways, that was me. I needed to make sure I did it while Rhaegar was here. After our Twitter exchange earlier. That was my rant about Printful being a massive pain in the ass. I loved when I finally got them to take the form and they just failed to set it up correctly. I was like, you fuckers. Oh yeah, there's a drawer that has 4 can openers in it, and I use one specific one, which is the only one Jeff doesn't use. All right. Should we start the game so we can at least pretend? We've been talking for just 40 minutes. We're gonna get in here before James gets here. We can't admit to him this happened. It's gonna be fine. Of course we still have the can opener you sent, Joe. Of course we fucking do. I said 4 can openers for a reason. Credit where credit is due. Alright, anyways, we're here now. Oh, fucking goodness gracious. Anyways, how's everybody else doing this week? I am clearly unhinged. We're here. I need to make more lockpicks.
Okay.
I think the can opener showed up during Persona 4. Of course it fucking did. What do we think is going to happen in Persona 5? That's going to be our new can opener. Oh, we already made more. Do I want to make coffee? We're gonna...
What's up?
Maybe I want to make coffee instead. Was Jeff gonna mess up on that? You know what? Is that how it happened? I really don't remember. Did we already buy TV stuff?
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, let's make some coffee.
Hey.
I feel like I need more coffee because I think I used a bunch. I feel like 11 lockpicks is enough lockpicks.
Yes.
Got warm today and decided got to drive around with windows down and volume up, and it produced so much of the happy chemical. Oh my god, same. Super same. I drove home from work with my windows open, and I was like, fucking... It's great because I have 3 playlists on Spotify. I have my dice making playlist, which is mostly like chip tunes. I have my Gwen playlist, which covers a wide range of things. And then I have my writing playlist, which is honestly, now that I think about it, kind of a weird amalgamation of the two. I don't think there's any actual song crossover between them, but as far as the feels go. And I need to point out, another of those playlists, all of the music is... None of it has words. None of it has lyrics or anything. It's like, I only listen to music that is just music. Because if I hear words, my brain focuses on the words and I get distracted from whatever I'm doing while listening to the words. God forbid I need to write other words. I can't listen to these words and write other words. It doesn't happen. My brain is like, no. It shuts down. I will just start writing the words I'm hearing. So, like, I want you to imagine that I'm, like, driving around in my kind of sporty-ish car. And it's not a sports car, but it is, like, it's not, like, I'm not driving, like, you know, like a smart car or anything. I'm driving a car, it's got turbo, you can tell. That's how I'm gonna phrase that. Windows down, sunroof open, and I am essentially jamming to, like, the Elder Scrolls soundtrack. While there's a bucket seat for my dachshund. It's quite a scene, but it was fucking great. Man, here's the thing: is I don't know if looking at that quote, I don't know if that was me, Jen, that was drunk, or if, like, in the game. I feel like that might have been in the game. I had the little bubbles over my head. And was like, oh, before I go home, I have to pet the dog. I genuinely don't know. So. Yeah, coffee! Pups out of a bucket, mine is a hammer. Well, my pups are too small, so if they were just, like, in the seat, they can barely get their little noses out of the window. So I got them a little bucket seat thing, because it hangs off the back of the headrest and straps around the back, so that way it doesn't, like, flip or anything. So that way it can raise them up, so that way they can actually get their heads fully out the window and get their face full of wind. But they're too tiny to be able to do it without that. It was very sad watching them try, and I was like, there has to be a solution for this. There's gotta be, like, a doggy booster seat. And yes, there is. Oh, Flash, it actually makes me very, very happy Because Blink has been one of my favorite sets, and I've been very sad it's been hanging out for a while. It's one of those ones, it's so glittery, it's so hard to photograph well, so I'm really excited for it to go home, and I hope you like it when it gets there. It's very sparkly, and we'll do all the shimmers in the light for you. It's gonna be great. Yep. You saw me start doing this. Like, I don't know why you're like, looks like you're doing it again. Like, you saw me go to the coffee and you went, oh, are you gonna make some coffee? Make sure you lock up. Like, we had that conversation. You knew this was happening. Knuffle dice set. What is that? What would a Knuffle dice set even be? What would that be?
Let me explain.
Hawaiian treat! Because of the rarity and price of Kona beans, a Kona blend only needs to contain 10% Kona beans. 100% Kona coffee roast is quite expensive. Good Kona coffee is known to have a rich flavor, bright acidity, and complex aroma. Okay, like, he said, okay. Liz, you're here. Right? Yes. Every time I make coffee, he complains the flavor profile is bland. Am I, as a player, doing something? Is there something else I'm supposed to be doing, or is he just going to keep complaining about it until he stops complaining about it? The most random possible as Knuffles, the god of random dice. Well, like, I get that. I know that, but I was like, so what? Like, all dice are random. All of my sets are Knuffle dice then. I don't understand what makes them Knuffle specific. I also like that he's like, oh, the flavor profile is bland, but you are doing it exactly the way I taught you. Please connect these two thoughts for me. Sir, can you? You did it exactly the way I taught you. It sucks. And critical thinking skills. Can you? I feel like I'm playing Blue's Clues. The paw print is right there. We're like, can you find what's wrong with this sentence? Look at there. I don't see it. Got Nico, so tell Jeff that I was. Yay! I am sure he will be very happy to know that. Okay, that's fair. We'll ask James when he shows up. One day there will be a flavor of coffee that only you can produce. You have potential. Keep training. Okay. Sure.
Well, then.
It's like maybe he stops complaining after I like level up like his Arcana at some point, maybe? I don't know. No! I'm always weirded out by my character's lips. I don't know why they bother me, but
You have expelled one who was stained in vanity.
I don't like the way he said expelled and stained.
You are now one step closer to your rehabilitation. It's a delightful thing indeed.
Our master is pleased. You should be honored, inmate.
However, that man's remarks are concerning. It seems another has made their way into the metaverse.
Those remarks, yes. He did. Somebody did mention, like, another masked or shadowy person. I don't know. Is it true?
That is beyond my knowledge.
I mean, it would be a weird thing to lie about. He wouldn't know to lie, so.
But your rehabilitation is progressing smoothly. That is for certain. May the devotion to your rehabilitation grow even deeper.
I don't like the way you said that either.
I have high hopes for you.
He's got high hopes for the living. Dang it. I feel like maybe it's problematic that his is the highest Arcana for me right now. I feel like maybe I should be doing some other stuff.
All right.
But maybe, I mean, it already being at 4, just 2 palaces in also feels like a crazy escalation. So, maybe it's fine. Oh, pee-pee.
It's Kitagawa.
Oh, I don't like that you said your name like that.
calling about Madarame's state. For the time being, he hasn't suffered a mental shutdown.
Then why are you making any kind of traceable contact about it?
Other than that, his demeanor seems to have softened a bit.
Oh, okay.
Is that the change of heart?
Well, yeah, probably. Could be.
I see.
It is kind of weird that he's like waiting several days to have his complete makeover, personality makeover. I don't know.
I was curious and looked into Kamoshida as well. It's as if he was an entirely different person. Will the same be true for Sensei?
Why do you sound upset about that?
I'm sorry to have taken your time. That's all I wanted to tell you. Good.
Man, are you good?
Oh, I'll try asking him about the black-masked intruder.
No!
As soon the time is right.
No, don't do that! Partially because if he does know anything, that means he could recognize us. But also, like, why? How are you gonna ask that question in a way that does not completely implicate, at the very least, you? Oh my god, I'm surrounded by idiots. Between you and the other blue-haired asshole, what, Mishima, like, this is a problem. Oh my god.
Goodbye, then. This time for sure.
Are you from the Midwest? Are we gonna move to the door and keep talking? God. Oh, it's a fucking school day. God damn it. Yeah, we'll read something. Oh, I probably need to get more books soon. Let's boost knowledge. When James gets here, do you guys want to talk about the magnet quench first or neutrinos first? I hope the people who know these subjects are coming are like fucking ready. And also like ready with the questions. And what I mean is like, I'll give a brief overview of things, especially relevant to like what we already talked about, like what we started touching on in Discord. But like, there's reasons entire textbooks are dedicated to these things. Like I could talk about it for hours and not get to anything. Ah, it's James! Holy moly, the months indeed. Let's see. Hey.
And that's why Vasile is the way that he is.
I need you to know that I was so paranoid about the Discord call not working again that I actually I have two Discord accounts. Fun fact. Because and I don't use the other one. I had created it specifically because I was trying to solve a problem for doing virtual D&D sessions in a way that I was like, I don't know how to do this with one account. I know I can do it with two. So I made a second one that was like a dummy thing. I loaded that back up on my laptop and called myself to talk to myself to make sure the audio came through on OBS.
Well, you know what? I appreciate the efforts that you go to ensure that went smoothly, because I didn't know how to do the intro. I'm like, there's a 50% chance this isn't going to come through.
Exactly.
So.
I mean, if it hadn't come through, it would have been a joke just for me. So.
And you know what? We shared the joke with everyone.
Exactly. So I'm glad you didn't make a joke that you wouldn't want everyone to hear. How are you?
You know, not too bad. We've got a thunderstorm coming through, so if I suddenly drop, it's probably the thunderstorm. But
fantastic.
Other than that, we're doing pretty well.
All right.
How about you, Jen?
Well,
how's
I made a double Mai Tai before the stream started. We're barely an hour in. I am already halfway through it, so there's that. Also, we may or may not have only started playing the game maybe 7 minutes ago. We've been talking this whole time.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's absolutely no way we're finishing this game before Breath of the Wild 2, so...
Yeah, even without me being me, as soon as they were like, oh no, it's going to be on time, I was like, well, there goes that. That's over.
Metric, you are right. At least it is not a snowstorm. However, I don't mind having snow in the winter because that's when snow is supposed to fall. So I'd rather have...
Do you still consider... Okay, I know it's only March 1st. It was still February yesterday, but it is March right now.
It is March. That is a fact.
Is March winter still?
Yes, March is winter in my eyes.
Interesting.
So now keep in mind, during my formative years, which would have also been your formative years, we had the blizzard of 93, which happened March 14th. And I remember that because it's right around my birthday. So having no school for my birthday was pretty awesome. So that galvanized the idea that, oh yeah, you can still get a lot of snow in mid-March. And now, global warming, that's kind of an outlier now. But, during my childhood, we got snow in March.
I'm trying to remember what year I lived in.
Jen.
What state I lived in 93, because we moved a ton in my early years. I might have been down south already, so I wouldn't have blizzarded. I mean, to be fair, like when I lived in Michigan, we did have a blizzard in late April at one point, which was also very upsetting. But yeah, there's something about saying like March being winter. Like I know technically that's correct. It feels wrong though.
It feels right. It has a lot of purple energy to it.
No. You can't just say words like that. Like they do have meaning, whether you want to believe it or not.
Okay. Sure.
It's like the idea of like November doesn't feel like fall. November feels like winter. October, fall, November, winter. I feel like winter is November, December, January, and probably February.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Liz.
February, yeah.
I'm gonna go with Liz on this one. November's very fall for me, just because like when I think of Thanksgiving, I think of autumn, like autumn colors. I don't think of.
I guess there's that like
bleak snow.
November is winter. The day of Thanksgiving is fall.
Oh, okay. It's on this little autumn island.
I just spilled my drink all over myself from laughing.
Okay. I'm sorry about your drink.
I know. I am more sorry about the drink than anything else.
That tracks. That's how I know you're not a body snatcher. I can verify that's the two-step authentication. I know that you are in fact Jen.
I feel like November is winter just because I did spend so long in the Midwest. I'm like, as soon as snow started falling, I'm like, it doesn't snow in the fall, it snows in the winter. And November already immediately had permanent snow cover.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like that's why in my brain I'm like, November's winter. Fuck you. But I was like, also, you described the Thanksgiving fall colors. So I was like, he's not wrong. I don't know how to reconcile this.
It's all right. The inner conflict you're feeling about that is how I feel about people using colors to describe things.
You know what? I feel like I understand you a little bit more now.
There you go.
All right, let's begin.
Oh, this is voiced.
Oh, is it actually? But she didn't say the word homeroom, so maybe it's not fully voiced. Okay, there it is. It's not.
Okay.
Okay.
You threw me through a curveball, Kawakami.
Yeah. So
Buttons.
Yes. So I was waiting until you got here because I assumed you might be interested in the conversation, and maybe you're not, and so for that I apologize. But one of the things that's on my list was stuff that we talked about in the Discord, and I was like, you know what, we're gonna save this for stream. We're gonna have science time on the stream. We're gonna talk about neutrinos and magnet quenches, because those were related conversations that came up at the same time after I posted the picture of the magnet quench. So we're gonna fucking talk about it because I'm super jazzed to have science time, because I feel like we haven't had good, solid science time in a while. And the stuff that came up was like my jam. So I hope you're interested in science time, because we're gonna talk about it.
I am always excited in science, because we both have degrees in science.
Yay!
Yay!
So I did ask the chat which one they wanted to start with, neutrinos or the magnet quench. And neutrinos were requested. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna talk about neutrinos. So, James, do you know what a neutrino is? There's not a wrong, like if you say no, that's acceptable. I'm asking just for my frame of reference.
Off the top of my head, no, but if I try to logic my way into what a neutrino is, it sounds like it's like at the atomic level, and it's something that doesn't have a charge.
Yeah, so those are both correct things. So it does not have a charge. It is neutral. It is subatomic. Neutrinos are released from a variety of things, and a lot of when an electron moves from one level to another and just like, oh, I'm gonna go up to this shell or whatever. Like that energy comes out like as a neutrino.
Sure.
So neutrinos are quote unquote a particle. They are considered massless, which if you got far enough into science things or paid attention, go ahead.
So they're not Catholic?
They're not Catholic.
That's okay.
No, they're not. So if like it is a particle, it is a thing, it should have mass. It technically kind of does, but it is so minuscule that we get to treat it as massless. And we're still talking about a realm of science that will measure the weight of an atom. So if you're like, okay, if something that small is a number we actually care about, the fact that we can say it's effectively massless, that should tell you how infinitesimally tiny it is. It is mostly energy. And because it is practically massless, it doesn't tend to interact with things. Think of it like a feather floating through the air. If that bumps into you, you probably do not notice it unless you make eye contact with it and go.
Or me at prom, just does not enter. Anyway, I'm sorry.
So it's like you would know it touched you if you didn't like look and see it happen. That's a decent approximation of what kind of thing we're talking about.
Okay.
So it doesn't tend to interact with stuff. So when you're trying to detect them, that's hard. If it's not going to interact with anything you put in front of it, because an atom is mostly empty space. I don't remember what the exact measurement is. It was something to the degree of if you put a pea, the little vegetable, if you put a pea at one end of a football field, the next closest, call that the nucleus of an atom, the next electron is at the other end of the football field, the other goalpost. That's, yeah. And now shrink that down to atom size. That's the kind of scale, roughly. I remember it being something about a football field. I just remember it's mostly empty space. There's a lot of empty space in there. So a neutrino, quote unquote, hitting an atom still can just go straight through the middle without hitting anything. So if you want to detect it, you have to make it hit something. And the best way to make it hit something is to have a whole fuck ton of neutrinos in a very dense space hitting a very dense material. At some point, statistics has to win out. If you put enough shit in a small space, they will start bumping into each other.
Is this the thing that happens, and I apologize that particle physics are not my forte or even remotely close to being a forte, but is this the thing where you have slits in some sort of material, and when you don't observe it, all the neutrinos hit the other side like buckshot, but then when you do observe it, it only hits a particular area?
So without getting super into things, we can, because I don't, we're getting to the degree of specificity where I'm I need to refresh my memory on some of these things. I do know right now you're combining two different phenomenon.
Gotcha. Okay, that's very possible.
So these are, but you're combining two different phenomenon, and one of them is related to this.
Okay.
So what you want to do if you're trying to a lot of particle detection in general, not even just neutrinos, is a lot of particle detection is making the stuff you want to look at hit other things. And when you're talking about bigger particles, it's easier. So the particle accelerator I used to work at, we made a proton beam. So we essentially had a bunch of hydrogen gas, and hydrogen gas exists as two hydrogen atoms bonded together. And we would do a bunch of shit to those two atoms to force them apart from each other. So we would have just an individual proton. And then we would focus them using super cooled magnets, focus them into a beam, and then run them into a bunch of stuff. And that stuff we were running it into was surrounded by a particle detector that had multiple layers that all served different functions. The outermost layer being catch the rest of the radiation. This is actually very dangerous. The entire particle detector is radioactive. I need to make that so clear. By the time you run a bunch of protons into stuff and make them explode, everything is radioactive out the ass. When I worked there and I had to work on the detectors, I actually had a dosimeter, which is something that measures your radiation exposure. I had to wear one of those whenever I went in there, and you had to, they checked them depending on what project you were on. They would either check it every quarter or every month, depending on what your expected exposure level was supposed to be. And there were also different kinds of dosimeters depending on what your expected exposure level was supposed to be. You also had to completely do wand. There was a little wand that was a little Geiger counter thing. That was like, hey, make sure that none of you had gloves, you had to wear long sleeves, long pants. It was like everything was all covered up as much as it could be. And you had to wand everything before you left. And if anything tripped that Geiger counter, you had to strip down to nothing and put that stuff in a special bag to go get decontaminated. And then you were given an orange, like, prison jumpsuit looking thing to wear out of there. So everyone knew if you were having a bad day when you got to the cafeteria.
So this is a this is a huge non sequitur, and I apologize, but I've never actually thought about it. How does one decontaminate radioactivity?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have to learn that, so I didn't. I was like, I always made sure on days where I knew I was gonna have to go in the detector, I wore stuff I didn't care about just in case.
Gotcha. Because I mean, I know water is like a terrific insulator against radiation. So like, I don't know if you just run a sufficient amount of water. Again, I mean, that sounds stupid, but I do know water insulates really well against radiation.
I genuinely have no idea. But yeah, so, going back to stuff. So you have this detector. I need to point, this is relevant to the thing we're talking about. I just make eye contact. I'm so behind on the chat, I know. Said something about a detector the size of a bread truck. What even is that? Here's the thing, is that's not even true. It's bigger than that. Because I imagine a bread truck is just like a semi-truck, maybe just filled with bread. That would be the biggest thing I would come up with. The detector I worked on before I started working on specifically neutrino stuff, the proton detector, it was CDF. If you want to look it up, I worked at Fermilab, and it was CDF was one of the two main beam detectors, and that one it was either 20 or 25 meters of a cube in every direction. So whichever number that was, it was like height, depth, and width. It's fucking massive. And it's layers upon layers of different kinds of detector meant to collect different kinds of data and be more sensitive to certain things than other things. It was fucking huge. The neutrino detector, much larger than even that. And I don't remember the exact specifics of that dimensionality anymore. I wish I did. But whereas CDF was a cube, the neutrino detector I worked on was called Nova. It was rectangular, a rectangular box, so it was longer than it was wide. Because again, we're trying to detect neutrinos. We want to give it as much space to interact with particles as possible. So the way we did that was, number one, so we're in the process of making the proton beam, with all that extra energy that gets released from splitting these hydrogen atoms apart, you end up with a bunch of neutrinos. And here's the thing, is neutrinos, as we said, are massless and do not have a charge. The reason you can focus a proton beam is because they're charged. There are a bunch of positive things. Positive is going to be repulsed by positive, so you make essentially a bunch of the positive poles of magnets face inward around like a tube, and it's going to force all those protons into the middle as far away as from that positive force as they can go towards the middle. You can focus it into a beam. You can't do that with something that doesn't have a charge. So the solution to that is you make a fuck ton of them and you shoot them through a funnel. And you know you're gonna lose a ton of them, but what comes out will be kind of focused into a beam. That's literally the solution.
What's the efficiency rate on that? Like, are we talking
Not
like single
good.
percentage point, like
Oh,
single percentage points, or less
easily.
than?
easily.
Okay.
And granted, part of it, it's not awful in that the point of the beam was to create the protons, and so we're kind of repurposing the waste is a way to think about it. So, like, on the one hand, if the whole point of the beam was to make neutrinos, God, it's a fucking abysmal efficiency rate. But when you're like, cool, we've gotten what we need to out of the beam, what do we do with the rest of it? Then it's not as bad. Definitely a metric fuck ton, Joe. We only use metric system in scientific study. So, you get this funnel, and you have your as many neutrinos as can survive packed into this space. So now it's like, okay, now I gotta detect them. So now we need to, like, make them run into things. And so what we did for that detector is, because, like, there are things that detect particles very, very well, that they are very sensitive to vibrations, even in, like, their outer valences of electron shells. Those materials are super expensive. Like, they were reserved for only the innermost layer in a thin layer of, like, the major particle detectors. You can't reasonably get enough of that material onto PMTs to detect neutrinos. It is monetarily impossible. It's monetarily impossible, never mind logistically the idea of having to coat all these quartz plates with this stuff. Like, Jesus Christ, that would be the undertaking of a lifetime in the most literal sense. It would take a lifetime to do that, and to do it well and reliably, never mind the monetary cost of it. Metric, I'm so glad you brought up sun neutrinos. We'll get to that. So what we end up doing is the next best thing is we essentially, like, we found a kind of like the sweet spot of this is sensitive enough to give us what we need without being fiscally unachievable. But it's still like dense enough that we can work with it. Like, we found kind of like that perfect middle ground thing. Is there was a specific chemical that we used to it's through a process called doping, which sounds like haha very funny. Okay, I get it. But you can, like, if you say you doped a material with something, you have your base material and you've added this other thing to it. And so we would dope essentially mineral oil. Very, very clean, very refined, very pure mineral oil, but mineral oil nonetheless, with the scintillation material. Scintillation meaning something that gives off light when its atoms are fucked with. So for, like, a normal, like, proton beam thing, if a proton beam went through this material, the protons pretty large and are charged, so they kind of, like, fuck around with stuff. If it interacted with an atom of this doping material, it would make an electron go, ah, and it would jump to a different level. When it does that, it would give off energy, and that energy is visible as light. And so then you have photomultiplier tubes that are very, very sensitive to changes in light. And by changes in light, I mean these are literally kept in pitch dark environments, so, like, any light is a change of light. And these things are very sensitive to that light appearing and goes, aha, I saw a thing over there. And you have thousands upon thousands of these photomultiplier tubes. So that way then when everybody, like, detects light at certain intensities, you can kind of triangulate a position and be like, this is exactly where it was. And because then that light travels in a direction that is proportional to the direction of, like, the incoming particle that caused it, you can be like, okay, this was the path of that particle, this was the path of that light. I can tell you exactly, based on the intensity of that light, how quickly it faded, all this other stuff, what kind of particle it was, how much energy it had, blah, blah, blah. It's fucking insane. So we have this mineral oil that's doped with this material, but because it is purely a liquid, you either have to have one very large, very sturdy tank, or you need to have a whole bunch of individual cells that have this liquid in it. And what
kind of like a honeycomb almost.
Yes, and that is exactly what we did. And so Nova is essentially several meters long, like, extruded tubes that we then put together in a pattern to fill this block with photomultiplier tubes on either end of these cells that we made, because neutrinos interact with stuff so rarely. Like, as soon as like a proton hits something, it loses enough speed, it slows down, and then hits more things. So you can have just a big open tank, and you'll see exactly the moment what it hits, and you'll see the trail of that specific particle as it happens. A neutrino will bump into something and do the very Midwest thing and going, oh, excuse me, and then move to the side. So, like, you might get a flash. So being able to track it through the whole tank doesn't make any sense, and you can get away with less sensitive equipment, not less sensitive, fewer items of this sensitive equipment in a cell format. So we're gonna do that because it is the thing that makes the most sense for how to track this stuff. So I lost my train of thought. We're good now. I found it again. So we have this huge block of all of these essentially honeycomb. None of them I think are offset from each other. So it's not quite a honeycomb, but they're a bunch of individual cells that are all stacked together, and we end up with this thing. And all the cells are vertical, so that way then when something goes through, we can. Oh, you know what? No, they're not all vertical. They alternated. It's been so long since I've been on this project. Holy shit, they alternate. So you'd have one vertical and one horizontal. So that way then you could like cross-reference cells that did do things and be like, oh, okay, yes, I have kind of a rough path. So. Going back to the sun neutrino thing that somebody else brought up. So, neutrinos, like I said, are just like the byproduct of things moving around in atoms, and things move around in atoms fucking constantly. Neutrinos are actually, like, sometimes colloquially referred to as cosmic rays. It is just the energy rays, not like the heat that you feel and not the light that you see, but it's just like energy the sun constantly gives off. I think every star gives off. There's just energy coming across the universe constantly. I think the measurement is like for every like square inch of skin. Like if you look at your hand. Look at your hand right now, James. You're looking at your hand?
I am looking at my hand.
Pick a very specific spot on your hand. Something that might be like an inch wide, like an inch square. Okay. For every second, 6 neutrinos pass through that square.
Wow.
And that's just happening all over your body fucking constantly. It's just constantly going through everything. And again, they just go clear straight through the earth because they don't interact with shit. And some of you are like, the middle of the earth is very dense. I fucking know. I'm very aware. Doesn't make it. They just fucking go through everything all the time. And because they do that thing where if they bump into something, usually they're like, oh, excuse me, sorry. And it's not a big deal. They're not gonna knock something loose. In an atom.
So when you say 6 pass through every second,
mm-hmm.
does that mean there's like 99.9% of them just bounce right off my hand then?
They're not even bouncing off. They're going straight through. They're going straight through because, again, atoms, even though you look at your hand, you're like, that's solid. Atoms are mostly empty space.
Right, but I mean, given an infinite number of neutrinos, statistically, some of them have to bump into an atom.
Yeah, some of them might bump into an atom and kind of get sheared off one direction or another, but they just kind of what is a good example?
Are they Plinko? Are they Plinkoing their way through my hand?
Maybe a little bit.
Oops, pardon me, sorry.
Sometimes, if a neutrino manages to make contact with an atom, it's kind of like rolling a nat 1 on like a grapple check. Like, you technically touched them. You didn't do anything. They just went, oh, that's cute, and then went about their day. Pretty much.
So if they're massless, because again, physics not my forte, but I know enough statistics and algebra and calculus to figure this out. If their mass is near 0, if they collide with an atom, that would be like perfect conservation of their energy going in the opposite direction then, correct?
I mean,
because they're
not necessarily opposite direction, because it's
if there's an angle, but anyway, the elasticity of the hit would be near perfect because there's no mass to it, so it would conserve all of its energy and go in a different direction.
It's going to conserve the vast majority of the energy, but not all of it, because again, when I said we treat it as massless when we're doing calculations and stuff, But if it's a particle, it can't truly be completely massless. So, it is massless as far as, like, any math we do is unaffected by the mass it carries. But it is not actually completely, truly massless, and that's why we can get those interactions that give us energy that comes out that we can detect. So it's a very weird middle ground to be in, where it's like, it is massless as far as any of my math goes, until I need to be like, well, but also, it ran into something and I can see that. So in order to be able to see that, there had to be some kind of transfer of energy. And for there to be a transfer of energy, there had to be mass involved. So it gets, do you understand a little bit more now why I had to be a little bit tipsy for my quantum mechanics final?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a buck wild time. So, let's see. So yeah, so sun rays. So yeah, so there's constantly just neutrinos fucking everywhere. Ashley is correct. It is just called background radiation. There is quote unquote radiation in the air around you all the time, but it's not the kind of radiation that you're like, oh my god, no, it's fine. Like it is radiation in the truest sense of the word, in that it is ambient energy that's just there. Rhaegar, also I need you to know that made me laugh. Neutrinos are a little bit rude. So, because we have all these sun neutrinos, all this the cosmic radiation, background radiation of the universe, now you got to look at this detector we've made and be like, okay, we've got a detector, we have this beam of neutrinos, we're shooting into this mineral oil in these cells that are all honeycombed and crisscrossed with each other with photomultiplier tubes on them. How do we know when we get a hit? How do we know what is one of the neutrinos we made and is therefore a thing we can measure, and what's just shit from the sun? What do we do about that? How do you know? How do you know? Because you can't really go based on, like, the particle trajectory, because, like you pointed out, if something runs into something, it doesn't do it perfectly head on, it's not going to bounce straight backwards. It's going to bounce off at weird angles. And even though it does go straight backwards, you can't just be like, well, that particle went backwards. Clearly that's from somewhere else. It might not be. That could be the origin point of where it hit and it just went straight back. So, like, what do? That's part of the reason there's actually 2 neutrino detectors. There was one at the origin point, so they have this beam of neutrinos. It was at Fermilab, and it's like, it's right there where the shit is coming out. And then there's a second detector in Minnesota. And I need to point out, Fermilab, for those of you who don't know, is in the Chicago area. So in an old mine, it sounds like a D&D hook, in an old mine, several meters underground. And I say several meters, like, that makes it sound like it could be like 10 to 20. I want to say it was like 100, but I don't remember. Very far underground is a second detector, made of the same stuff, but is also much, much larger.
That's your control, then.
And kind of, yeah, it's like you're looking for stuff. So this is where it starts getting a little bit weird. So bear with me for a little bit.
Oh, now it's just going to start getting weird, Jen? Okay.
Yeah, and that tells you, again, why I had to be tipsy for my quantum mechanics final. So, what the Nova project was actually looking at, and this is where you're gonna be like, what? And I need you to go with me when I say, for the purposes of this conversation, it doesn't matter. I just need you to accept that right now. There are different kinds of neutrinos. They refer to them as flavors. No, it is not vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. But there are 3 different kind of flavors of neutrinos. And what
is it your blue, green, and red ending like in Mass Effect?
Fucking Christ. God, no, because that would imply that, like, one is better than another. They all just, like, do different things. But they don't even, like, do different things. It's not even that they do different things. What's a good way to describe it? It's like you have a pencil, and the body of the pencil is a different color. The pencils all work exactly the same fucking way, but they do look different.
Oh, so it's like a Game Boy Color.
Sure.
You could have the green one, you could have the purple one, you could have the clear one. They all function the same.
Yeah.
It's just, okay.
So the whole purpose of Nova was, like, we know that, like, there are 3 different flavors of neutrinos, and a single neutrino can just, like, just change to a different one. And like that seemed so like your blue pencil could just turn into a green one. Don't know why. Does it serve a purpose? What caused it? Who knows? Is there like one flavor that's more predominant than another? So the whole thing was, we have the detector that's right in front of the fucking beam, and it's gonna measure X amount of neutrinos and be able to tell what those different kind of like flavors are. And then you've got the one that's forever away and is underground. And some of you are like, it's underground to help protect it from the cosmic rays. And if you were paying attention, you would know that it doesn't fucking matter. Those things go. Yes, there you go. Just goes to the earth. The reason it's underground forever away, it's underground because of the curvature of the earth. It's underground because that is what is straight ahead of the beam. That's the only reason.
That is directly oh wow.
Yeah!
Oh wow.
That's why it's underground, not to protect it from anything. Like, the one that was at Fermi was above ground. Because of the angle of all the stuff. Ashley, get the fuck out of here. Someone ban Ashley. I'm gonna go back to the game for a hot second. I appreciate that Ryuji just verbed a noun. I love that. I'm actually not on Team On for this one. He after Kamoshida scandaled up the school's rep, I'm 100% down with that sentence that got said.
Yeah. Well, again, my go-to is languages to facilitate understanding, and if you understood the meaning behind it, it was successful language.
Exactly. So anyways, back to neutrinos. So they're measuring all the neutrinos that happen at the base detector, and then everything that happens at the distant one in this old mine in Minnesota. And it's completely a comparative study. It's like, okay, we have this is the split of these different flavors here. Here's the split of the different flavors here. And here's what we were actually actively able to measure to try to get an idea for the rate of change between them and if there's one favored over another and blah, 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 blah. And because you also have two separate detectors that are, on the one hand, very far apart, but as far as the universe goes, are very close together, you can also get that background measurement of this is what's ambient and be able to remove that noise from all that calculation and all that detection.
You know what I really love about this, Jen? I love the fact that when they were building this detector, this machine, that the biggest, well, probably not the biggest thing, one of the things they had to consider was, what exactly, is there an old mine 150 miles from here that is so many meters underground, and this is the direction we're going to point this thing?
So what's funny?
Because I would imagine that it's once you know what direction to point it, you would just build it and make sure it doesn't move from that point. You wouldn't build it first and then just pray to God that there is something in that line underground.
So Nova started. So when I first started at the lab, I worked on CDF. And then CDF was one of the projects that shut down once the LHC over in Europe got started. So the big ring of the particle accelerator at Fermilab, it was called the Tevatron. So the Tevatron shut down when the LHC.
That does not sound like a real thing. But go on.
So it's called the Tevatron because a TeV is a measurement of energy. And it was a measurement of the amount of energy this accelerator created. So on the one hand, that does sound bullshit made up. On the other hand, it literally actually stood for something. It wasn't just somebody went, this would be a fun name for this sci-fi bullshit. It actually stood for what the machine did. So they were there's no reason to run the Tevatron and the LHC at the same time. They do the same things, but the LHC does it better. So we shut that down. And so at that point, that's when they were like, hey, we've started Nova. And also so all these cells, all of the other detectors like CDF and whatnot, were made out of solid materials. And so that was a lot of electronics and crystals and all of these things. The neutrino detectors, like I said, was mineral oil. That's a liquid. And they're like, this is a chemistry problem, is what we're doing right now. They're like, we have a chemist on site. There were 2,000 scientists that like worked at Fermi, and there were another 2,000 who were quote unquote visiting scientists. So those are professors at universities, and their doctorate students and their master's students and things like that are all visiting scientists there and would come and do their projects at this place. So that's a total of 4,000 scientists. And they're like, we have a chemist. You also have a chemistry background. Would you be interested in working at the chemistry lab and being the second chemist here? And I was like, that sounds dope. So me and my boss were the 2 chemists at all of Fermi Lab. And we worked on Nova and then a bunch of other things. I also worked on a project called Microboon, which was a dark matter neutrino experiment thing.
So it's not like a very small mic for on set.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Boon with an N, not with an M, but I do appreciate the joke, begrudgingly. So I went over and did that, and I was doing a lot of the chemistry side of this physics. Because it's interesting. So a lot of physics understand the chemistry necessary to make their thing happen, and as soon as the chemistry doesn't do what they expect it to do, they're like, I don't understand chemistry. I just know this chemical equals this result, and when it doesn't, I don't know what to do with this. This is the nerdiest time for Chloe to raid me.
Hi, Chloe.
Hi, Chloe. I love you and appreciate you. We're talking science. I've been talking about neutrinos for way too long, and then we're going to talk about superconductive magnets. So I guess buckle up for that.
We're just real time simulating what it's like to be in a Japanese classroom right now.
I thought you were gonna say you were real time simulating what it's like to be stuck in a room with Jen. Oh God, we were just talking about your awesome dice. So, that makes me so happy. What'd you say about my dice? I want to know.
Chloe, I need to let you know before you run. I beat Elden Ring yesterday.
Oh
shit!
Congrats!
I did it. Yay!
Well, Chloe, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm Jen. We're trying to play Persona, but we are just here because we were having science time, because I do actually have other than dice, I have a background in science, and some weird science stuff happened at the end part of last week, and I wanted to talk about it, so we're talking about it. So either sit and absorb and enjoy, or tune out for the next 10 minutes and then come back to the game. Either one is great. I'm just showing off the void dice. Oh yay, it makes me so happy! I love the void dice. I wish it didn't suck to make.
You know what? I hear that the void dice are so void-like, they actually absorb neutrinos.
Let's go with that. I like that. Some of them probably. Statistically, at least one void dice has eaten a neutrino.
Yeah. You know what, Jen? I'm a statistician by trade. I can say that void dice statistically absorbs neutrinos.
I want to find the actual numbers on this stuff and send it to you, just so you can do that. No metric. It's fine. We're gonna because I feel like we're getting to the end of neutrino time. Because we have gotten so distracted from neutrino time, I feel like I've actually gotten through all the things I needed to about neutrinos. Oh, I was catching up on chat. That's what was happening. I was answering things from chat. Okay, so yes. This is where we're talking about the blizzards. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay, so let's see.
Would you believe I actually have something that might be a okay segue from neutrinos and just the randomness of them?
Oh, sure, go for it.
So, my youngest daughter, just a youngest daughter, very practical-minded child at the tender age of 4. So one of the things that both of my daughters like to do when they're in the car with me or they're in the car with my wife when we're driving away, either my wife or I, depending on who's staying home, will chase after the car a little bit as a joke. And they get a kick out of it. And they like to pretend to throw fruit to distract us so we don't chase the car anymore. Throw a banana, throw an apple. so just the youngest daughter, I was taking her to daycare just by herself. And I was like, oh, look, Justin Nola's daughter's chasing after you. Here's a pretend banana. Go ahead there. And like, I pantomime giving her a banana to throw. And she goes, no, I want a rock. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, I throw a rock. I throw 4 rocks. I'm like, well, she's practical. That will slow her down for sure.
Oh, God.
So, and much like a neutrino, it's imaginary. It's going to pass right through Justin Nola's daughter. But, yeah, I don't know if she's the most clever child in the world or going to be it's going to be something where the news is interviewing me in 20 years. Like, oh, I didn't know. It was showing no signs whatsoever.
There's cut to this clip happening right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God. I'm catching up on chat. I love that Ashley actually apparently read a paper that was talking about Nova. That's great. So fun fact about that, the build of that detector, because we had a company that was doing the extrusions for us to make all the cells that we filled with the scintillation material for it. Everybody who worked on the project got to sign one, so like my signature is on that project, like literally on that project somewhere. I think mine ended up in the mine in Minnesota, so that's very fun and exciting. And I want to know what paper you read now. That's very, very cool. Oh my God, a thing happened. It's Luelia. Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate that. I didn't watch Chernobyl, but I know about that incident. That is a kind of like a different thing than what we're talking about here, but like I am familiar with it. So Ashley bringing up the Japanese lab. So the Japanese lab, the Kamiokande, is actually why I started studying physics. I was already like in physics for education stuff, because I wanted to be a teacher, and then I learned about the Kamiokande detector in Japan, and I was like, this is dope as hell. So, the Kamiokande detector is a giant, essentially, water tank that is just lined with thousands upon thousands of photomultiplier tubes. I think it's like 14,000, I want to say is the number. A tank of ultra pure water. And if you're like, oh, very clean water. No, I'm not talking about very clean water. I'm talking about literally the only thing in there are molecules that is 1 oxygen with 2 hydrogens attached to it. Natural, like ultra pure, just straight up water is incredibly acidic. It's like you're used to like water's neutral. Ultra pure water is not neutral. That shit will fuck you up.
Okay, so stupid question here.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about the chemical compound of 2 hydrogens on 1 oxygen that makes it so acidic? Because isn't 2 hydrogens and an oxygen balanced at that point?
It is balanced as far as charge goes.
Mm-hmm.
Hydrogens don't like to be bound to oxygen. So, like, when you're talking about, like, ultra-pure water, as soon as anything fucks with that molecule, those hydrogens fucking bounce.
Oh, so they bounce to the new source of anything that's not oxygen.
Yeah,
Got it.
So now you end up with just some like hydrogens fucking floating around, and that's what makes something acidic.
And that's why it's on the left side of the periodic table.
Yeah, it will fuck you up. So I posted some like screenshots from an article talking about somebody who like got trapped in the Kamiokande for a little while and the issues they have with that. So it's this giant tank filled with ultra pure water with all these photomultiplier tubes. And the whole point of the photomultiplier tubes is, like we just talked about with the neutrinos, is trying to detect light as it happens. The way this detector works is so fucking cool to me. So, this thing is detecting particles using something called Cherenkov radiation. And so the idea is, that nothing travels faster than the speed of light. That is a scientific principle. The speed of light is the be-all, end-all. Nothing can go faster than that. If you didn't know that, you know that now. And you can just pretend you knew it the whole time. I'm not going to judge. And I'm saying that you as in general, not you as in James. Just for the record. So, the thing is the rest of that sentence is the idea is nothing travels faster than the speed of light in a vacuum. The speed of light is different in different materials, including water. So you have these particles that are traveling the speed of light, and they manage to actually make contact with something that isn't vacuum. They make contact with something made contact with something. In this case, water. And now suddenly, they're subject to the rules of the speed of light of that thing. And they're traveling faster than they should be able to. And so therefore, much like how a sonic boom works, you end up with a sonic boom, but of light. You end up with a light boom. And there's a cone of light that comes out behind this thing as it's traveling, because it needs to shed all of this energy to now follow the laws of physics that it is now subject to.
But we're not talking about refraction here, right?
We're not talking about refraction, because refraction is light that already comes in, and then you're changing like the angle of how you're seeing it, and it's reflecting differently. You have a thing that was not light, and is still not light. This particle is not light, but it has energy it has to dump because it is going faster than the speed of light. So the exact same way that you have something that's going faster than the speed of sound, you end up with that sonic boom of kind of that happening. You have that in a light form. And so this Kamiokande detector, its whole thing is detecting these cones of light as things hit water and are suddenly traveling faster than physics allows in that medium. And they have to expend all of that energy, and that energy comes out in the form of light. It's fucking dope as hell. And one of my favorite things is like the pictures of this detector and like the way they like do repairs on it if they don't drain it entirely is they drain it enough to get to like a tube they need to get to, and they get on a little raft and they have to float out to the thing in their full like coverage suits. And like fix the thing and then float back on their raft.
Okay, so here's another stupid question. So if the energy that sheds when it hits the ultra pure water and it's a light boom, are we talking like I guess pure light? Because again, not refraction, so it wouldn't be multicolored, or is it multicolored because of just if it continues to hit more water, then it the speeds and the frequencies of light, you start seeing the different colors of the visual spectrum, like, or is it just like the sun kind of like natural light? Like, I'm trying to mentally picture what is actually going on here.
You know what? I actually don't remember the details of what quote unquote like what wavelength and color. I would imagine the wavelength changes as it slows down, because like again, we can't like there's not like cameras. We can't see it. It's all just picked up on these photomultiplier tubes that definitely have a range of detection. I don't know if we actually see. I imagine we have to see colors out of it and see that, because I mean, effectively, like light is just radiation that you can visually see
in the visual spectrum.
So like
eventually, yeah,
it does have to change colors. I literally have never thought about what color it would be if you could see it, and now I'm sad that I didn't think about that, because it has to be really pretty. That has to be very pretty.
This is what I imagine. I bet it looks like how I imagined the 3.5 D&D rule for Kaleidoscope of Doom looks like. That's my headcanon, America.
Oh god. Okay, I finally got to the point in chat where Chloe rated, so I think I'm getting close. I'm getting close to catching up. Goodness gracious. And then we can talk about we can do the game a little bit, and then I want to talk about the magnet quench. And I'm hoping a mod can share the tweet that had that picture in it when we get to that point. Oh my gosh. Yes, the angry water. Yep. Yeah, pure water, it will fuck you. Yeah, more like H2O. No, Khaled, I don't know how long ago you made that joke, but it's very good, and I want you to get credit for it. It no longer lets me scroll. I've caught up. Okay, great. How long does that take to fill? Fucking forever. Probably not only just from the pump mechanic, but also like the needing to purify the water at that point. All right. Welcome to Science Hour with Jen. I hope you weren't super bored, but I love this shit. So
it was fascinating. I have expanded my mental horizons.
I'm so glad to hear that, whether you wanted to have it happen or not. I need to point out the thing that's I left it on this screen on the game for so long because I needed to point out how fucked up the sentence of Maruki's hot and whatever. This is an adult figure and you're all students in high school. No! Stop it! Anyways. Joe, the tweet I was talking about was the one I posted in Discord, where all the neutrino and magnet quenching conversations happened. So I like how Ryuji forgot to go to the counseling.
Well, I know you love talking science and neutrinos, and we'll talk more science later. I have something on my list that I think you would like.
Okay.
So, I played the demo to Octopath Traveler 2, and there is a feature, a game mechanic for the cleric character that I loved so much that if I ever DM, I'm going. Oh.
Yeah, I think that was a generic thing. Oh shit! He said it's open, but that's not the words on the screen.
Hey there.
Let's see. Okay,
He's
so
saying
it's kinda...
things, but it's not actually voice acted. You can keep going.
Cool. So, anyway, I love this mechanic so much that if I ever DM again, I am absolutely stealing this, and it's recorded. It's on the internet. I am 100% going to steal this from Octopath Traveler 2. I will give them credit, but I am stealing it. So this cleric is an investigator within the Church of Octopath Travelers 2's universe. And the way that he investigates scenes, it's very reminiscent of like divination spells from D&D. Except the way it materializes in his head as a blue flame that outlines maybe a crime scene, for example. So whether it's him taking the clues and reconstructing it in his head or some sort of divine intervention, but it recreates the scene. But the interesting thing that they're doing with it is that it's the fact of what happened, but it doesn't tell you the like capital T truth, because you can have a snapshot of something, but if you don't have the context of what led to it, or you draw the wrong conclusions from it, you can get something very wrong. And I'm thinking, with all of the divination spells in D&D where there's like a statistical chance that you might get a wrong answer, an unclear answer, I think it would be a really cool mechanic in a D&D campaign if that's how a cleric interacted with their god, that it created like a minor illusion or like something, because the god is all about flame, so it's coming in as a blue flame of an outline of everything. And it was such a cool way that it was executed in the demo that like I'm 100% stealing this. And Jen, I know how much you love clerics and detective games, and I'm like, oh, this is a character that has Jen written all over it.
Yeah, no, that feels like my shit. I'm probably gonna look for videos to see this happening because it sounds dope as hell. Oh, that's incredible.
Go ahead. So if I run a D&D game, I'm 100% going to do that. And if none of my players want to play clerics, I am going to strangle all of them, because it's like, no, this is like the one thing I wanted to do. Oh, okay, I'm gonna make an NPC then.
No, James, I'm gonna tell you right the fuck now. If you start a game with this in your head, being like, yes, I'm doing this for the cleric character, and you don't invite me to the game, I will get in my car and I will drive the hours to get to your house. And I will silently, I'm not going to tell you I'm doing any of this, and I will just go to whatever window makes the most sense that I can access from a ground floor, and I'm just going to stand at it and stare at you through it.
Okay. Well, just keep in mind, just the youngest daughter will chuck imaginary rocks at you. So
incredible. Perfect. And then I will see it coming in the blue flame outline of what's about to happen to my cleric that I'm going to play in that game.
We have it all figured out.
Yes, but no, seriously, if you're going to do that in a game and you don't invite me to it, I'm going to be personally offended. If you're like, this would be perfect for Jen, not going to invite her. Fuck off.
Okay, I will keep that in mind if you don't mind playing online.
Yeah, I mean, playing online is my second least favorite way to play. My least favorite way to play is not playing.
That's fair. That's very fair.
So
again, bad D&D is better than no D&D.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That is currently up for debate. We'll revisit this in a couple of days. Anyways,
sounds good.
I need you to talk to the chat for a little bit before we talk about magnet quenching, because I, 1, have an empty cup, and 2, have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, I will vamp. Fortunately, Flashfire asked me a question. So Octopath Traveler, actually both of them are out, 1 and 2. And 2 currently has a demo that you can play for exactly 3 hours. And then you can carry that save file into the actual game if you buy it. The other thing you can do is you could delete the save file after 3 hours and play as a different character for 3 hours, and then delete that save file and so on. Octopath Traveler is very much a game that goes back to 1990s JRPG feels. So like Final Fantasy VI specifically, not 7, 6. If you liked Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6, you'll like Octopath Traveler. It has 3D graphics in a 2D style. The voice acting is terrific. The soundtrack is incredible. A lot of my Spotify playlist is from Octopath Traveler. And they make 2 a lot better. Made a lot of improvements from 1. Try the free demo. It's for 3 hours. You'll get a good feel on it. Yeah, no, I really enjoy it. All right, chat. Any other questions in this impromptu James AMA? Isuelia, James, thoughts on Isuelia? I mean, I don't know what you're specifically looking for. More context, please. Carl, what's your opinion on Dragon Age? I love Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins was one of my favorite games when it came out. I played through that game. I think and this is back, when I had a lot more free time. Dragon Age Origins, I think I played a character at least through most of the base story. So there are 6 base stories you can play through, and I built a character for each of those base stories. I adored Origins. I adored the tactics. I enjoyed the world building. Dragon Age 2 was a little disappointing because I really liked the tactics, and it just felt very rushed. And I know, from a development standpoint, there was a literal gun to their head to make it quickly, and it showed. Inquisition tried to get back to those roots, but it was kind of like a popcorn movie for me. Inquisition, definitely a popcorn movie, whereas Origins was like the thick novel that you read quietly by the fireplace. And just I love Origins, and it will always have a very special place in my heart. I'm interested to see what Dreadwolf is going to be like, but I probably won't pick it up right away. I'm thinking of changing my Twitch name to me. Very confused. Yeah, I mean, Shakespeare says, a rose by any other name, would it smell as sweet? I think it's the personality behind the name, not the name itself. So you really call yourself whatever you want, and I think it will be perfect and well suited to you. Flashfire, is it a game where your choices matter type of thing? So Octopath Traveler 1, no. It was a linear story for all 8 protagonists, and it was a story that the devs wanted to tell. From what I gather from Octopath Traveler 2, there are some branching narratives. Now, whether those branching narratives all come back to the same climax, I don't know. But there are branching stories in each of the chapters for the characters. So if you think there are 8 characters that you can recruit into your party, and then each of them have like maybe 1 or 2 branching pathways in each chapter, theoretically there's a lot of different paths in there. I don't know if it converges or there are different endings. I just do not know. Harl, then you will love Yakuza Like a Dragon. Good to know. I will put that on my list. Thank you for the recommendation. Metric.
Did you just say there's 8 protagonists?
Yeah, amazing. A game called Octopath Traveler has 8 protagonists.
Didn't think it was gonna be 8 protagonists though. Like, I was like, a character with 8 paths? Or like the fact, like, there's 8 people to juggle that are all main character people. Fuck that. Anyways, you can catch up on chat, and I will just process that information.
Metric, what did you decide to do after you polled us on Discord the other day? Well, I beat Elden Ring, so that's what I did. And it was a good thing that I did, because the day that I beat it, they announced that there's DLC coming out, and I'm very excited for it, so I'm glad I beat the game. I'm ready.
Oh no, Robot James!
Right now, I am between doing a new run of Elden Ring with a different character or picking up Octopath Traveler 2. That's what I'm between right now. Ashley, James, do you think you are the same person you were 20 minutes ago? Chemically, no. Metaphysically, yes.
That's my favorite question. Oh, that was very good.
Actually, we need to talk. We need to talk to you about by Aristotle philosophy, because that's a very Aristotle question about the self and the ethos of a person versus the physical manifestation of that person. Jen, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I got so distracted by there being 8 protagonists, I lost any other thought I had stored in my head to come back with, other than the fact that I just need to ban Joe real quick. So.
Not again.
Yeah, not again. I feel like it's almost like happened every stream for the last month now. So, congratulations. I don't know. Is this a goal we actually have?
Time to Joe ban.
Jesus. I have a question for chat, legitimately. Do y'all want to talk about the thing that started the neutrino talk and talk about what a magnet quench is? I promise? Question mark? I guess it depends on what questions you ask. That would be a much shorter conversation, because I feel like it's just explaining how a super magnet works, and it's not actually, I'm going to say it's not actually as complicated as the words sound like it should be. But if you're like, I'm scienced out, that's fine, and we can go on to other things. But I want to know, if people actually want to hear about it, or if James, if you want to hear about it, if you're like, I'm good.
I'm always game to learn. I think if I ever get to the point in my life where I don't want to learn anything new, I think that's the time that it's just time to old yeller me. But while people are voting on what they want, I have something very quick to talk about, because there's
absolutely.
a thunderstorm.
Go for it.
There's a thunderstorm outside right now.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Yeah, Jen, as you know, and a lot of chat knows, I originally wanted to be a meteorologist when I was growing up.
I know a number of people who wanted to be meteorologists, and I don't know what that says about me that I've amassed former meteorologist dreamers.
You attract scientists.
Sure, let's go with that. That's much better than any other explanation I can come up with, so I like that one.
Yeah. Perfect. So I to this day, I still have a big interest in weather, meteorology, all of that jazz. I just hate the fact that there's just a mental bias that when someone brings up the weather, it's kind of code for, I don't know what to talk about, but I feel obligated to talk about something. Weather is something everyone can relate to, so I'm just trying to fill a conversation. I hate that there's that preconceived bias out there, because I genuinely enjoy talking about weather with people if they let me talk, and I could see the look in their eyes of like, okay, this guy's just trying to make conversation. Oh, he's still talking about it. This guy doesn't know how to small talk. Okay, I'm gonna move away now. I'm like, no, I still want to talk about weather. What
I do think is interesting is I understand where the talk about weather cliche comes from, but at this point, climate is so broken because our planet is so broken, it is actually a legitimate, interesting conversation now.
It really is. It really is. And, as these poor people are running away from me and I'm chasing after them, like, no, let me tell you about convection. This is why there's snow in California right now.
Dude, I saw a video of it. Carl wasn't fucking around. It was like, snow was coming down. It wasn't like, oh, there were some flurries and everyone lost their shit. Like, I saw the video and I was like, I'd be upset. Like, coming from the Midwest, this is like, if I'm driving home and I'm seeing this happen across my windshield, I'd be like, fuck, I need to get home, like, right now. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, a little bit. It was like, it was snow coming down.
I can't wait for a tenth of people, Californians' cars not going to be able to start because they're just not handled. They're not built for it. They're not winterized.
God. Your comment is listed as present tense, not past tense. You currently want to be. First of all, I think storm chasers are fucking insane, for a variety of reasons. But, like, that's a current thing you wanted? Maybe new job goal? I don't know. Is that actually okay, real talk, Mr. Potentially, a former potential meteorologist. I almost put an extra M in there, and I don't know where it was going to go, but it wasn't going to be good. Are storm chasers, like, an actual job? Because what my perception of this from what I've seen before is a storm chaser is just a dude with no sense of self-preservation who does this to get viral videos to send to news stations.
So professional storm chasers, the best way I can describe them is that they're like that's not their sole job. They're very much like your visiting professors at the Fermi Lab. That their main job is like working at universities. Maybe working for NWS, but they may go out into the field to either capture storms or do it for research purposes.
As soon as you said professional storm chaser, my brain shut down. I was like, this is actually a thing. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane to me.
I don't think you're not going to have someone come at career day be like, hey, who wants to chase tornadoes for a living? Like, it's part of it's part of the part of research usually partnered with an institution or a university. So it would be like maybe part of your job because obviously tornadoes or only come around part of the year, so you got to do stuff for the other parts of the year to make a living. So that's where it's usually researchers, a lot of grad students, really, because they're expendable, and you send them out into the field, and they're crazy enough to do it.
I am going to ignore the grad student thing because I've already had a thought that I am in love with, and I'm just too focused on it to go back to the grad student thing, that what you said was just terrible. But can you imagine small elementary school children bring your parent to work day, and what do? I'm a professional storm chaser, and all these kids are like, fuck yeah, I want to drive towards tornadoes by the end of
there are more type of storm chasers than tornadoes. You could be in the Air Force and fly reconnaissance planes into a hurricane to drop the sensors to track hurricanes.
Oh, yes.
You work for no.
Much better, yes, rather than driving into one, flying into one, for sure. Definitely. Yeah. I'm just thinking of children hearing this and what they would do with this information. Like, can you imagine being the teacher having to regain control of that fucking classroom?
Yeah. Well, I was in 4th grade when the movie Twister came out, and we watched it in our science class, and all of my friends in that class, we all decided we were going to be storm chasers, and I was going to be Bill Paulson, whoever the main character. They're like, yes, James, you're going to be a meteorologist. You be the main guy. And like we were figuring out like who we would all be. Everyone wanted to be Rusty, the guy on the bus.
I'm glad you said that. Here's a fun fact. I've never actually seen the movie Twister.
Oh well, I know what you're doing when you lose the bet on Breath of the Wild 2.
Is it that, or do I have to? Okay, we gotta figure this out now. Do I have to record a soundbite that will be used forever? Or do I have to watch the movie Twister?
You know what? I'm an economist. I'm all about giving empowering consumers for choice. So I'll let you choose. Oh, it's either a soundbite that will live forever, or you have to watch a movie.
Maybe we'll let the chat vote. Like, which thing do I have to do?
we got cows. No, it's the same cow.
What? What? I don't even know. Okay.
I can quote the whole
we got Maruki being fucking Santa Claus over here. We've got the ho-ho. Or oh-ho, whatever. What is he talking about? Okay, first of all, he's saying a free can of apple juice, but that's definitely a box. What are you fucking hiding, sir? I'm on to you! I don't trust this fucker. Look at his face. Look at this face.
A very punchable face, you would say?
It is very punchable.
That's what I looked like in high school, by the way. Glasses, the hair kind of coming down past my glasses.
You showed me a picture at one point. I don't remember why it was relevant, but you did send me a picture. I can confirm.
Yep.
James was very punchable looking in high school.
Thanks, Jen.
Again, this is like the thing. Oh, I don't know if you were here when this happened. Never mind. I was like, this is like the two thoughts connecting. We just said he had a punchable face, and then you just said you looked like him. These two, like the sentences are either compatible or they're not. You said them. You linked them together. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what? I'm not ashamed of my past. So.
And that's why Vasile is the way that he is.
And that's why Vasile is the way that he is. That's very good.
Carl,
very good.
Yes. That wins so hard.
Oh, Flashfire. Yeah, I very easy. I can impress a kindergartner very easy with my job. I just tell them I predict the future. They will lose their minds.
Yeah.
They will start testing me immediately.
See, Ashley knows how algebra works. This is fine. This scene is going on way longer than I thought it would. And I don't mean that just for how long we keep getting stuck on it. I just mean, like, I keep being like, cool, this conversation's clearly over. Oh, no, he's gonna keep talking. So, that's interesting. Anyways.
Just like me in high school trying to talk about weather. No, I want to talk to you about confection. No, Tracy, it's not a metaphor. I'm really talking about weather.
God. James, you want to hear about magnet quenches?
I would love to hear about that.
All right. So, I know someone posted a little bit ago, but now they're actually getting into it. If somebody wants to repost it, that would be dope as hell. List's already on it. So, that link to a Twitter post has a picture of a magnet quench. And when you look at it, you're like, that's just a cloud outside. I need to tell you right now, that picture's not outside. That picture is inside a room. All of that is happening against a ceiling. So what's happening... Go ahead.
So you're bringing heresy to my meteorology mind. You've brought a cloud inside. How dare you, Jen?
But see, you, meteorologist, you know, a cloud is just a collection of water droplets that have, like, formed around nucleation points because they have reached the point of temperature where, like, they should be water and not gas, but the molecules have not coagulated enough to be solid water to be heavy enough to fall out of the sky.
Exactly. Yep.
So, yeah, you look at that picture, you're like, oh, it's beautiful. And then you, like, really look at it, you're like, it's a lot of equipment to have outside. And then you realize it's not outside. So, what happened there is the result of something called a magnet quench. And if you look further on in the thread, that's what this person talks about. So, and some of you are like, what does that fucking mean? So this means the project they were working at the lab in the Pacific Northwest, that is one of the sister labs to one of the ones I worked at. They're working on a project that was using a superconductive magnet. And like superconducting magnets is, I feel like, a thing that maybe people have heard but don't understand exactly what it means other than it conducts super good. Like, I would imagine that's how most people hear that word and process it and go, okay, I'm moving on with my life now. So, the way a magnet works is there's kind of two different kinds of magnets. There's like the magnet you buy that goes like on a fridge, or it's a bar magnet or whatever. You're like, this ends north, this ends south, and this piece of metal is always a goddamn magnet. It's always a magnet, and you know this. There are also electromagnets, which is a word a lot of people have heard and maybe don't like think super hard about, but are like, yeah, electromagnets. So that's a piece of metal that, like, inherently by itself does not have magnetism associated with it. But, fun fact, an electrical current generates a magnetic field. And it generates it in a very particular orientation to, like, the flow of the electrons. So if you've got a piece of wire that has a current running through it, so electrons are moving through it, you've got electricity moving through it, it generates a field, a magnetic field that kind of like goes in a loop that like, but like elongated and stretched out. So that way, like, there's the part of the loop runs like inside that wire, and then it kind of like comes out the top and loops around and kind of loops through the air on the other side of it before it loops back around to where the origin of that wire is and then goes back into it, okay? So you just picture a line and like a tube, and it's got a loop that runs through it, like a string. If you took a piece of string and you're like, I'm gonna do that, okay? Well, keep that in mind. If you take that straight line and you coil it really, really tightly, now that bit that was in the air before is now overlapping on itself a whole bunch. So now you have a magnetic field that is much, much stronger because it's looped on itself, and is going kind of in another direction perpendicular to the direction of that current. That's the general idea behind an electromagnet. Is you take a piece of metal, you run a current through it, it generates a magnetic field, you make that piece of metal that's generating that field very, very tight, very, very tiny, and now you generate a very strong magnetic field. So a superconductive magnet is something where you chill it to like almost absolute zero. And I say almost because absolute zero is technically unobtainable. You get it very, very close. We're talking like 3 Kelvin. If you're like, what the fuck is Kelvin? Take a measurement in Celsius and minus 273 from it, and that's Kelvin. Okay? It's very fucking cold.
Great for chilling a beer very quickly.
Technically, I wouldn't call it great for doing that. It just like how if you're warm, or if you're cold and need to warm up, taking a flamethrower to yourself is great for solving that. So it's kind of on that same kind of thing. So okay, Farron, if you say you don't believe in Celsius, you're an American. So minus 290 from it, and that Kelvin is cold as shit.
You know, Farron, I hate to break it to you, even if you don't believe in Celsius, minus 41 exists, and you can't escape that certainty.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's very fucking cold. So, if you supercool it, what ends up happening is, so, like, you all know, like, if particles run into each other, if 2 objects run into each other, there is friction between them. You rub your hands together, there's friction between them. That's where that heat comes from. Okay? Friction slows things down. So there is a limit to how fast something can go before friction is like, it's kind of like how falling you get a terminal velocity, even though it's completely different because we're talking about gravity and blah, blah, blah. But just the idea of like, there's a maximum speed you can go. Friction, there is like kind of like a maximum amount of energy you can exert to go fast before the amount of energy you lose from that speed, from just like fighting other particles you're in contact with, is like you lose more energy from that. Like, it's like this is the maximum speed you can go before you lose too much energy to go any faster. There is also such a thing as like electrical friction. So like it's that friction from the air and whatever.
Is that just resistance at that point?
Yeah, I mean it is like there's an inherent resistance and stuff.
Okay.
If you supercool something to that degree of single digits of Kelvin, like very, very, very close to absolute zero, you can remove that resistance because you've made something so cold the molecules cannot move. They have no energy. And so a superconducting magnet is something that you have a current going through, so it's generating a magnetic field, but you've also cooled it to the point where that magnetic field has no resistance. A normal magnetic field has resistance. You supercool it, that resistance is gone, so now you can achieve speeds for the particles you're fucking around with that should not be possible. You're fucking around with magnets, a magnetic field of a strength that should not be possible. But that magnet has to stay in that supercooled state in order to achieve it. So I want you to imagine there's a very fine line between where that magnet is able to achieve that and where it doesn't, because it is a very fine line. It's like, it's not like, oh, it gets a little bit worse. It is either superconductive or it is not. So, if you have this magnet, you're cooling with like liquid helium. And if you imagine, like, helium, y'all know is balloon haha funny gas, right? It's much lighter than air. Very not dense. So getting it to condense down to a point where it is liquid is a lot. Fun fact about liquid helium, it doesn't have surface tension. So if you like, quote unquote, like put it in a cup, you couldn't just put it in a cup, but let's assume like you take a cup, you scoop it, it will not stay in the cup. It will crawl out of the sides, up the sides and out of the container because it has a stronger adhesion to other surfaces than it does to itself. There's no such thing as surface tension for it. It's fucking wild. So you're cooling these magnets with liquid helium to get to these temperatures so you have a resistance-less magnetic field. So let's say you find yourself in a situation where suddenly your liquid helium supply cuts off. And that magnet goes from 3 degrees Kelvin to 3.1. And the threshold for this magnet is 3. It's no longer superconducting. So do you remember, callback to me talking about that kind of sonic boom for light earlier with neutrinos. You end up kind of with the same thing here, as you have particles that are moving to the maximum speed they're allowed to under the superconducting environment that are now no longer in a superconducting environment. So now all these particles cannot be moving the speed that they are. They're effectively slamming into things. It is quite literally like a bomb goes off. This is referred to as a magnet quench. This is a magnet changing from superconductive to regular conductive. Doesn't matter if the current is still going through it or not. It is no longer superconductive because there is friction now induced in an environment where there was no friction. So now you have all of these particles, whatever in there currently, suddenly go from just floating in air to being like just skidding across the pavement.
So it's almost like a chain reaction. It just takes two particles to collide, and then all of that energy just dissipates, hits other particles, dissipate, and then just a chain reaction of everything around it.
From a technical level, if there's another scientist listening, not exactly. For layman's terms, yes.
Neat. I love layman's terms.
I was like, I don't want to get a message later where, like, actually, I was like, I need to clarify. Like, I know that's not exactly what it is, but as far as the general population is concerned, that's pretty much what happens. So, all of that happens. So it sounds like a bomb going off because you now have a bunch of particles that have all run into each other all at once. The other thing you have happen is this magnet is no longer superconductive. It's no longer supercooled. All of that liquid helium and all that stuff and all of that temperature has to, like, you've now generated a ton of heat in an environment that had no heat. Like, quite literally the definition of no heat. Cold is just the absence of heat. Cold is not a measurable thing. An absence of heat is a measurable thing. So now you have a bunch of friction, which you know from just rubbing your hands together generates heat. So you have this bomb go off, and then you have all of this heat. And as we talked about earlier, if you suddenly have a bunch of, like, just ambient humidity, humidity is just water in the air, and you get clouds when that condenses, and it condenses because it cools down to the point where it starts collecting on itself around nucleation sites. Now you have a massive change in temperature that is happening, and you have now all this nucleation sites because you just had this bomb go off, so now a bunch of other particles are moving. So that picture is insane because that is a collection of all of the water that has now collected out of the air because of all of these other things that have gone wrong. And the scariest part of that picture is, one, I can hear it because I know what a quench sounds like. The scariest part of that is, like, if enough of that happened to generate that cloud and generate that bomb sound, that also means so much of the oxygen in that room has been displaced because that helium and all that had to go somewhere.
Oh, so, like, people could suffocate.
Yeah, there is a reason. There is a very specific alarm that goes off when something like that happens. So, like, if you read further in that thread, they're like, they had to evacuate the entire facility immediately because there is the potential of once one magnet quenches, like, now you're creating a backup along a chain because there's never just one superconducting magnet. And two, now you're dealing with something has started the change in the atmosphere in an open space. So now you're dealing with the sound itself is at a decibel that is dangerous. You are dealing with a massive displacement of oxygen. You are dealing with an uncontrolled magnetic field, an uncontrolled electro field. There is so much shit happening in that picture. Like, it's one of those things people go, wow, that's crazy. And then anybody who knows is like, that's my literal nightmare. of like, that's how I die. I won't even know that happened. I will just be here, and then I will be not here, and I won't know what happened. So anyways, that picture's insane, and that's what a magnet quench is.
So, going from 3 Kelvin to it not being super conductive anymore.
I need to point out I picked 3 just as like a reference point.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so something near absolute zero. How much heat is that friction creating, like, to generate that cloud? Like, are we talking about like going from like 1 point Kelvin, like a single point movement in Kelvin? Are we talking like we're going from 3 Kelvin to like normal, like human comfort zone kind of temperatures, and that's just a wild swing in temperatures?
Well,
like,
it formed a cloud out of, and you know that's water.
Okay. You know what? Now that you say that, I feel kind of stupid.
No,
so, yeah.
I don't mean to say it. I didn't phrase it like that to make you feel stupid. I use it because I know you understand exactly what that transition point is for water. So
Yep.
I use it as that. It was not supposed to be a stupid thing. It's me being like, hey, like, think about it like this. Is water went from being in the air to now being a visible cloud?
Okay. I just, in my head, because when you get to like absolute zeros, or like when you're talking about things that functionally have no mass, when you start getting into that spectrum of science, I feel like all of the normal science rules don't apply anymore. So that's the reason I asked.
No.
That's the reason.
And that's exactly why it was a valid question. So it's one of those things that like it's very easy to be like, there's this kind of science, and then there's that kind of science. And the reason I bring that up and pointed out the water thing with the clouds is the idea that like it's actually not two different things that are happening. The same rules actually always apply, even though it starts feeling like they really shouldn't. So when you're talking about like, cool, you end up with that change from being superconductive to regular conductive, and now you've generated this friction, so now some of the particles don't have anywhere to go, and you have this problem, and now they create a backup, which creates more things backing up, and it's because of the speed they're moving at, this feels like it happens instantaneously, but if you were to look at it in kind of a step-by-step sort of way, is it got a little bit warmer, and then a little bit warmer, and a little bit warmer. And it just like, and it kind of like exponentially grew as these particles stacked up on each other, and we're like, oh, like that. You start with a basic accident, and you end up with like 146 car pileup. Is one person was that original nucleation point of like, this is a problem, and everything else behind it just couldn't react correctly to it because it didn't have the means to, and now you have a giant problem in a very short period of time.
I think I'm still just mentally trying to comprehend such a wild temperature swing in such a short period of time. Like, my brain is failing to think about going from, you know, very close to 0 Kelvin to boiling.
Yeah.
To vapor, water vapor. It's like, oof.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting thing. And part of it is like, I do need to point out, so part of it when that cloud forms is because that super cooled liquid helium is because it's no longer like bound to that magnet, is kind of dumping into the air. So you're talking about something that like you just need to be getting to something that's above 33, like above 32 Fahrenheit, assuming all of the conditions are perfect. So it's still crazy to go from 0 Kelvin to that, because that's 290 something Kelvin, 298 Kelvin or whatever it is. That's a huge temperature jump, for sure. You aren't getting to like boiling. So that'd be another 200 degrees, and that would...
Yeah.
On the one hand, you've already gone up 200 degrees, but 200 degrees is better than 400. So I guess take consolation in that.
Yay.
So, anyways, that's the description of what the fuck happened in that picture. It's such a cool picture until you're like, oh, I understand how deadly this could have been to anyone that was present for it. And then you're like, that's horrifying. Farron, good news. You spelled nucleus correctly. I'm so proud of you. So anyways, yeah, I don't know if anybody has any questions about that, but I saw that it was one of those things that I'm like, because I know everyone is okay, I can talk about how fascinating this is rather than how tragic it is. It was a very cool photo knowing that there were no casualties.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that's very important context.
Yeah, like superconductive magnets were like a huge part of how the proton beam gets formed, or got formed at Fermilab. Tons of superconductive shit, all up in that. A lot. There's a reason. There are two reasons that so much of the formation of that beam were in, I'm not kidding, actual underground bunkers. A lot of that equipment was underground and like severely insulated with a bunch of concrete and all that shit. And it's one, because of the radiation of splitting particles apart, and two, because of how many superconductors are all involved in this shit. And if any of them quenched, no one should be around that.
Well, I do have to say that the most dangerous thing with my job is that sometimes I might accidentally divide by 0 if I'm not careful, and we know what that does to the universe.
Is that what happens when my insurance claim gets denied? Is someone divided by 0 in a spreadsheet somewhere?
You know what? The sad thing is, for the type of work that I do, that's not too far off from the truth.
That's so upsetting. I like how Ashley, I'm scrolling back to make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat, and I feel like I covered most of things, but I like Ashley going, wait, did you just say there's no such thing as cold? That's probably my favorite part of stuff. Yeah, there's no such, cold is just absence of heat. Cold is not a measurable thing. You measure
just like
heat.
Darkness is the absence of light.
Exactly. Like, something's not, like, you don't measure darkness, you measure light, and if there's no light, then it is dark.
Jen, you'll appreciate this then if we're talking about light and darkness. In my previous campaign, we had a shadow monk who was in our party, and I played friendly Vasile. He was a sun domain cleric who was just very warm and fuzzy to go with the sun domain, and very, very goody two shoes. And our shadow monk was very much an assassin, and we're okay. I just caught up on Twitch now.
I need you to know that started with you saying, like, sunny Vasile, whatever it was you said. As soon as you said just a
happy, pleasant Vasile.
Yeah, I was like.
Anyway, so one of the things that we were always trying to reconcile was, we have a shadow monk assassin and goody two shoes cleric, and the way I would always reconcile it, and I would tell our cleric that, or tell our shadow monk this, is that as a shadow monk, a shadow by definition is, you can't have a shadow without the presence of light. So that's like kind of the mantra my cleric had throughout that campaign of like why we would tolerate having the shadow monk with us, is because, well, you can't have shadows without a source of light. Then it would just be total darkness then if you didn't have a source of light. So I don't know, just random non sequitur since we were talking about light and darkness.
Here's the great thing, is number one, I'm going to ask you what I should do with my afternoon right now, is both On and Ryuji want me to hang out with them. I don't know if there's something else I should do, if I should go hang out with one of them. So we're going to talk about that first.
Okay, you should always prioritize your party members' social links.
Okay, I'm assuming I should prioritize On, if for no other reason than she is Kyogo's VA.
Kyoko. Yes, that's right. We're going to Laura Bailey this game as well.
Perfect.
And we're going to
Okay, great. We'll do that. Since you brought up D&D, this has been the nerdiest fucking conversation-filled stream. There are so many things on our list that we're not even getting to. We talked about neutrinos. We talked about magnet quenches. We're going to talk about D&D right now, because you brought up D&D.
I did bring up D&D.
Do you have... You guys are done, like, almost done with your Friday campaign. Do you want to talk about that before I start ranting about other shit?
Yeah, we are almost done with our Friday campaign because our DM, who has manned 3 campaigns with the same group of people for almost 10 years now, he's getting a little burned out, understandably.
Yeah.
I think the only break he had is when I was DMing a campaign, and we had to stop that because I learned very quickly that having a newborn child takes a lot of time, and I could not take the time to properly DM and do the campaign justice. So he got a reprieve of maybe 7 months, which is still pretty good. Almost a year is pretty good. But he's getting burned out, so we're ending our current campaign probably like around level 12, so prematurely. And we'll just be on a break Friday, and we're wrapping things up. We beat the big bad already, and we're exploring a lost city because we need some MacGuffins from it to set everyone's storyline right. But yeah, it's a little sad, end of an era. But maybe he'll come back rusted, rejuvenated. Maybe someone else will take up the mantle to be a DM. Jen, you look concerned on Twitch right now.
Oh, did nobody hear that? Oh, you wouldn't hear it. It's fine. I was trying to get my Persona notebook, and I knocked a bunch of shit over, and it's in an interesting position of like half being stuck. That's stuck enough that I can't pull it out by myself without moving the whiteboard. But I'm also not convinced it's stuck enough it won't just fall by itself at some point. So we're just gonna take that gamble for right now. The game started telling me something that was like, oh, I feel like I'm gonna need a notebook for this in a little bit. So I'm just gonna pull out my notebook, and then things happened. It's okay. Oh, there were people did hear it. Oh, good. No, you didn't. Everything's fine. Anyways.
Well, I didn't, and I'm an only child, so therefore it did not happen.
Perfect. I love it. Wonderful. Yeah. Do you? Never. I'm not gonna ask that question because I don't want to put you on the spot on stream. Never mind.
No, go ahead. No, do it. Do it, coward. Do it.
Okay. I have witnesses here that you said this, and encouraged me to do this. So, like, DM is burnt out. Is taking a break for a while. Do you think if after they've gotten some time away, if they came back to it, was like, okay, I'm ready to DM again, do you think they would ask, like, come back to the same group that you've had? Or be like, I'm ready to DM again, I'm gonna change up my player makeup and get a different group together?
It's hard to say.
Okay.
It's very hard to say because I think more likely, the likeliest scenario is that he would ask the same group of people out of a sense of obligation and tradition because we've been doing it for almost a decade on Fridays.
Carl, shut up.
What may happen is that other people start making Friday plans. They move on to different groups, so the same people just aren't available anymore. And here's the thing, Jen, I do have you in mind if there is an opening, because I think you would mesh well with the majority of people I play with on Friday.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know who is in the rest of your group, but I know who your DM is, and I'm like, I'd be down for that. But I don't know anything. I don't know who the people are in the rest of the group. I just know the stories you've told, and I'm like, I don't know if I could do that. But the DM sounds like my jam, and I know I like playing with you, so I'm like, okay, we're getting there.
Uh-huh. Who knows? Maybe I'd feel so motivated to like try to take over the mantle of DMing again now that I don't have infants.
There you go. If you DM and you invite your previous DM and you invite me, I will lose my shit. I just say that right now.
Good to know. Well, you better play a cleric because I have a really cool idea for a cleric.
I don't want to say that out loud. Put a pin in this for when the stream is done in a short period of time.
Jamf heard me, everyone.
Oh,
hey!
wait. She hummed us. Which thing did she? Would Jamf ever play D&D? Do you think Jamf would play D&D?
You know, she is excellent at rolling select dice for really funny outcomes.
Okay.
I don't want to speak for her. I just, as a scientist, I have not seen any evidence to show interest. But that may change with time because people are not static creatures, and as Ashley said, we're not the same people we were 20 minutes ago.
That was the thing that happened. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, it's Yeah, in her own words, it's not her jam. I think she's hooming because she remembers how much time I spent DMing a campaign and the work that I put into my campaigns, and I think she's thinking like, oh, you have all the time to do that again, huh? I'm like, maybe I'm being ambitious. So.
I mean, here's the thing: is you already ran one. What I'm hearing is you have a bunch of material already.
I do have a bunch of material already.
That's what I'm hearing. Jamf, I have a question for you. If you and James got to come visit us at some point, which I do want you to come join him at some point to come do a visit, I will take you to all the good places. What do you said it's not your jam. I don't know if you've ever actually tried it before. Would you be interested in trying a one-shot? It's just like, hey, here's 3 hours, here's an alcoholic beverage. Give it a go if I ran a game. I'm just curious. You can say no. You can say no. You can absolutely say no. But I am curious if you'd be like, maybe Jen's super dope. I don't know. Especially if you didn't have to like make your own character. Like I could make a character for you, like I did for my mom played. My mom was like, you talk about it a lot. I kind of want to try. I made her a character. I was like, here. I was like, tell me the things that interest you. I was like, do you want to do magic stuff? Do you want to hit things? Do you want to? And she's like, I want all the animals to like me. And I went, done. And I made a character for her. And I was like, I'm keeping this stuff in mind. And I did a thing. And she had a wonderful time. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm the greatest or anything, but I am saying I think you could have fun regardless. At the very least, we do have a whiskey bar.
Jen, did I mention the campaign I'm going to run is a Vampire the Masquerade?
Oh my god.
I'm kidding. I had to get that in for Pathos. Farron, yeah, we've had a lot of success doing online. Again, we've been playing for 7 years, almost every Friday, online, with minor issues.
Jam, if you don't have to, if you don't want to, we won't do it while you're here if you don't want to do it. So I want to have a conversation about this because fair brought up. So you've been in an online game for 7 years and you've done it like every Friday, barring random exceptions.
Yes.
For so long. Which I think is like admirable and like insane, but like insane and like in an admirable like way where I'm like, I wish I could do that. To give some contrast to that, I am now somehow in 3 games. But I'm putting that in air quotes because 2 of them haven't happened in a while, and I don't know if they will. If 2 of them will come back. But like, one of them has been in person, and one of them has been online, and then the third one that I have relatively recently joined is online. And, like, there's such a different energy to it that, like, we're gonna ignore the new one for this conversation. I much prefer the in-person. I feel like there is an energy that happens there from actual eye contact, from something exciting or terrible happening, and being able to, like, grab the shoulder of the person next to you. And, like, that shit gives me a dopamine hit, that it gives me a brain tickle that I cannot fully articulate. I love it. And I don't get quite the same thing from an online game. But I definitely would rather be playing D&D online than not playing D&D. So, I appreciate that I have some online games where I get to explore some different things with 2 very different groups at this point now. Because like even like my in-person and the online of doing the Breach, there's a lot of overlap in those D&D groups. And now I've joined this third one that is purely online and I'm playing mostly with people that I don't know. I knew the DM and the DM invited me. Never had met the other players before. And we've only done 1 session, so there's still a lot of figuring out, like, who we are. Like, as actual people, never mind characters. And like, I'm glad to be playing, but it is such a different energy from being in person. God, in-person shit is so good. When we've had in-person Breach, the 2 times we've had it, it's been unhinged.
It really has.
It
absolutely has.
It's been rejuvenating in a way that, like, I did not know was physically possible. Like, if you gave me the opportunity to be like, hey, you can take an entire week off from all forms of work, or you can play one in-person D&D session of Breach, I will pick Breach. There is an energy that comes from that shit that's just, so good. God. Okay, I've got to catch up on chat. Jamp is saying she'd be willing to give it a go with me running a one-shot if she had an easy out. Absolutely. Absolutely easy out. The first easy out is you making eye contact with me and going, and just going, And I go, cool. Your character looks at the shit going on and goes, you know what, I'm good. And steps back and crosses their arms and is just gonna watch, and then you go make a second drink. We got this shit. It's totally fine. We got dogs. We have alcohol. We have game systems. We got a comfy bed where you could just go take a nap. We got many outs for you. It would be great. I run a no judgment table. If you're not feeling it, you can peace. If you're not feeling it, you're like, I feel like I would feel like if it was a different character. I'd be like, cool, we're just gonna retool this like on the fucking fly. You wanna hit things more? Cool, you're a barbarian now. Roll this instead. Like, we will figure it out. That's the beauty of one-shots. There's no long-term implications of shit. We will make sure you're having a good time, whether you were in the game or you decide you want to leave the table. I got you. It's fine. I'm suddenly realizing I would love to have a table that consists of my sister, my mom, and Jamf. I would love that fucking table so much. Oh my god.
That'd be a wild table. In the best possible way.
It would be so good. Oh my god. All right, anyways, catching up on I can go back to regular size Jen on the screen now.
I would just like to say for the record, Jamf is so sweet that she cannot technically sour anything.
That was painfully cute. Please shut up.
Yeah. I hope everyone has diabetes now.
Everyone has diabetes. I'm so sorry you all had to find out like this. God. I love the chat's reaction. God, yeah, it would be fun. God, the idea of having my sister and Jamf and my mom at a table together is the most beautiful thing ever. Because I know, like, my sister would be, like, fucking down for D&D, and my mom's like, I'm just here to have a good time, and Jamf would be, like, kind of, like, somewhere in the middle of, like, sure. And as soon as anyone was like, yeah, I'm not feeling it, we'd be like, dope, and we would make more Mai Tais and pop out some new paper umbrellas and just kick our feet up and have a wonderful time after that. Like, it would be so easy to make that transition as soon as anybody was like, yeah, I'm done. It's like, all right, cool. We all rolled the dice, we had the big numbers, and now we're going to drink and talk shit and paint our nails. Absolutely. I got face masks. I got so many face masks. It'd be incredible. Ashley thought it was cute. You got a boo, 2 grosses, and a cute. So there you go, James.
You know how valuable Ashley thinking something cute is? I mean, I feel like I don't want to say that Ashley liking that negates anyone who said it was gross, but it so seldom happens that I will take it. I will put it on a plaque and like, Ashley liked this or thought it was cute.
I was clearly not paying enough attention to what was happening with, even though we were on the screen for a long time.
You and On are going somewhere else to spend your confidant level, so okay. It has to be a place that's highlighted.
Oh, so it has to be here. So then.
Yeah, it can either be. Yeah, it has to be the park. Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, we're already in this one. Okay, great. Yeah, let's go. I was like, we spent so long here. She was like, she's asking me this question. I was like, I feel like she was like, where do you want to go? But then the map popped up and made it, and like all the tutorial shit sounded like I was supposed to go somewhere specific, and I got very concerned.
Yeah. No, there will be you will discover more places as the game progresses, like
I
as you
hate
go there
that.
or you read about them. And certain people like certain places more. So if you want to get more music notes, you got to figure out what they like and where you'd like to take. Yes.
James,
Don't worry, I'll tell you. I'll
okay.
tell you where to take
I was
them.
like, James, do I have to figure it out or will you just?
I'll just tell you.
Thank you. Oh.
Do you want me to say it like Fee? Like, there's a 79% chance that On will like this place.
Please, yes, do that.
Okay, will do.
It'll be beautiful and great. Jamf, you're always invited. You could text me, because now you have my number. You could just text me and be like, hey, I need to take some time off soon, and I'd like to just, like, go somewhere. Can I come to your house? I'll be like, fuck yeah, let's go. It's great, because, like, our house is fancy, and, like, we can give you a code, and you can just come and go as you please.
It's true.
It's yeah. We can effectively be an Airbnb with dogs and alcohol. Like we got you. I just realized, Ashley, now that you said that, Lego did not come up and kiss me all night. I'm very upset. I don't even know if he's listening to the streaming. I know he was working on some work things. I'm very upset he did not come up here. Mostly because he didn't make you say gross.
Oh, Jeff.
And Jeff is slacking. I don't want to say that. I do not mean that at all. He's been working very hard lately on a number of things.
But still slacking.
Whereas most important, showing his love and affection for me on stream to make one particular person go, ew.
Yeah. And meanwhile, while I try to show my love and affection, I get called gross and boo by everyone except the one person who normally says boo and gross.
That's actually very funny. That's a good observation.
What sort of bizarre world are we in?
I like how On it's like I'm craving sandwiches. That's such a large genre of food. And then I also go ahead.
It's like, are you the type of protagonist that goes, well, is a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh my god, we're not doing that. We've already been on so many weird rants tonight. I can't get into that one today. I do like how the protagonist, like, you should make some. Like, she can just make some fucking sandwiches in the park. Dumplings. Like, I can produce dumplings out of thin air. Like, this is the most logical choice, but it sounds like the most dismissive of her feelings.
I feel like it's slightly better than the implication of, like, hey, you woman, make some sandwiches.
I'm gonna go for dumplings, I guess, because it's the most middle ground and fair, and you're incorrect. A hot dog is a taco. It's not a sandwich.
Oh man, I'm just having flashbacks to all of these conversations, and I kind of went cross-eyed for like half a second. Pardon me, I'm blinking.
Oh god. Hot dog is a taco. Pass it on. Anyways, okay, what do we think Liz talking about? Wait, it's great until you accidentally enter one number in the code twice and all the inputs are off even though the code is right, and it becomes a struggle until Lego saves you and lets you in. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, while you were figuring out what she is talking about, I need to take a quick break. So
okay, you do that. You absolutely do that.
Talk amongst yourselves.
We're gonna get some dumplings, or mention dumplings to On, I guess. I was in a Twitch channel where for 100,000 channel points you could add a new rule, and I saved until I could ban the hot dog combo thing. Okay, I fucking admire the dedication to that. That's incredible. I like the idea of adding that as a thing, but I also fear what that would do here. Maybe I'll add that as a possibility after we get through crowd control Ocarina of Time. After people have made themselves rupee poor, maybe I'll put that in there. I like that as an idea though. It's been like, yeah, you can come up with a new rule. Oh, the code to get to your house. There we go. Got it. Okay. I fully understand all the things Liz is saying now. Liz, did that happen to you? Wait. Did that happen to you when you visited? That's incredible.
Did you lock her out?
No, I think what she's saying is she had the right code, but but accidentally hit one of the numbers twice, so she knew the right number, but it wasn't getting entered correctly, is what I'm reading from that. That's incredible. I don't know how, I don't know how I didn't know about that. It's entirely possible I did know and then forgot, because, like, that's such a specific thing to remember several years later. Like, it was in his office and Hermes struggling. I like the idea that he heard someone trying to get in our door and was like, what the fuck? And then looked outside and saw it was you. They were a PNG. I don't know what a PNG streamer is, because I just know a PNG is like an art file format. Were they an artist? I don't know. 25K, you could add a new command. Add a command where long Furbies will wiggle over the screen. Okay, I'm gonna... These are both good. That people could add commands. I feel like people like Carl couldn't be trusted with this power, but also knowing that like knowing that I have veto capability. Like, oh, she really liked the dumplings comment. Okay, she's down for carbs. God, I love On.
There we go. Now I like her thinking there. That's some 4D chess right there.
Dumplings inside of a sandwich. Oh my god, yes. There was a conversation that happened at work today where one of my bosses doesn't handle dairy well. I don't know if it's lactose intolerance. I don't know if it's something worse than that. I don't know. I just know they don't handle dairy well. Because they've said it out loud, I need to point out it's not because I've observed any effects that made me go,
okay.
Well,
okay.
They have said I shouldn't have a lot of dairy. So
I'm assuming like in all forms, like that's including cheese and
yes.
all of, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way they've said it is not naming a specific food. They've said dairy is not a problem.
Okay.
So, some of you know from being in the Discord that if I happen to work on site on Wednesdays, there is an ice cream truck that drives around and does root beer floats for the park that we work in.
I hear that part of that is dairy.
Yes. Fun fact about that, okay? That's important. I'm glad you pointed it out. So this particular part of the ownership duo was not originally in the office today, but popped in over lunch to, like, hang out, whatever. And over lunch, like most, like, I'm gonna make the assumption of lactose intolerance, like most lactose intolerance people, decided they didn't give a fuck about their issue with dairy. And ended up having a lunch that consisted of a lot, like, it was a very Mediterranean-based lunch that they had with us, which had, like, feta and stuff in it, okay? And there was, like, not a small amount of feta and also mozzarella that they consumed as part of this lunch. So they did this. And then we're talking about the fact that it's Wednesday. The ice cream truck should be coming around. And I'm like, fuck yes, let's go. I need a root beer float. And I was like, if the truck comes around and the two of you are otherwise, like, not able to run away from what you're working on at the moment, because the stuff we do is not time sensitive, but it isn't something that should sit for a long period of time without movement, I think is the best way to say it. Like, we're making and bottling paint, and so if it starts to sit, like, you know, if you put paint out, like, it starts getting that skin on the top of it, and so it's like, you don't want it to, like, be not moving through the system for too long. And I was like, I work the part of the process where it's easier for me to run away for a little bit if I need to. So it's like, if we hear the truck, and I run to the truck, do you guys want the float or not? The root beer float or not? And dairy problem person goes, I shouldn't. I've been trying to be better about my dairy intake because, like, over the last couple of weeks I've noticed I started having more of a problem related to it. So I've been trying to keep it out of my diet recently, and I've been pretty good about that. And I look at them and I go, you do realize you just ate a bunch of cheese for lunch, right? And the two of them both stop. And the affected individual looks at me, and their partner looks at them. And the dairy person is like, I hadn't actually fully processed what I just did over lunch. You're absolutely right. I should definitely not have the float. I'm gonna go home right now.
Oh no.
It was one of those things. I was like, They were like, thank you for pointing out that just happened. And I was like, you're welcome. But also, I just started laughing because it was the idea of like, yeah, I shouldn't do dairy. Cheese is fine though. Was like clearly how the thought process happened.
Yep.
It was very funny to me. I love them though. My bosses, both the owners, they're fucking great. I love them both very dearly. I'm gonna be, so my bosses, I've mentioned it before, they are a couple. They're not actually married yet. They're getting married next year. I'm gonna be in their wedding.
Yay, that's fun.
So we're going and looking at dresses on Friday. I'm very excited.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a good time. But it was just so funny that they were like, yeah, no, I shouldn't have any dairy. I've been really good about not having any for a while. And I was like, hey. But for real, though, you just shoveled a bunch of mozzarella into your mouth.
That is very reminiscent to a story at my previous place of employment where we were at a happy hour and a colleague of mine, a very, very brilliant statistician, we're all having like beers or mixed drinks, and he was having red wine. And that's fine. I've never seen him drink red wine. He didn't seem like a wine person. And we're all drinking. And someone asked like, "Oh, what are you drinking there?" And he goes, "Oh, it's just whatever the house red is." And they're like, "Oh, well, do you like it?" He's like, "Yeah, it's not bad. I'm trying to cut out calories and wine. Wine, no carbonation, no calories." And I just kind of look at him like. Very brilliant statistician, and I'm trying to find a very diplomatic way of saying, there's sugars in wine. It's kind of part of the fermentation process. The calories are, oh boy. You know what? You got it. Just you live your best life. I'm just gonna sit here with my mixed drink, and I'm just gonna let it go because I wasn't about to die on that hill that day.
I love the idea that they were like, oh, there's no carbonation, so there's no calories. Because I would have just been like, hey, quick question. Is cheese carbonated?
Yeah. I feel like what they were going for was that like beer makes them feel bloated, so clearly there's a lot of the carbs that are in there are what the calories are coming from. But since you don't get that bloated feeling from wine, ergo there's no quote unquote carbs in wine, and no sugars whatsoever, so there's absolutely no calories. Like I kind of got where they were coming from. I was like, nope, just gonna sip on my drink and just pretend like no one ever said that.
I like how Pathos pointed out flat Pepsi equals 0 calories. Just gotta shake it to get them all out. That's very good. While we're in this spot, going back to the game we've been kind of casually playing in the background, James, I have a question for you that came up while you were gone and has now come back up.
Okay.
When I make coffee,
yes.
So Jiro comes back, tastes it, says, this is pretty bland. He says it every fucking time. Mm-hmm. Is that an indication that I am somehow supposed to be doing something different, or is that a reflection on where my progression is with his bond shit?
It's part of that, and it's also a function of your proficiency score.
Okay. Just okay. So my proficiency score goes up both when I make coffee and when I make lockpicks, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think you also get some charm when you make coffee as well.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, right now I have 11 lockpicks, which I feel like is enough.
That's enough. You will be fine.
I should probably go make more coffee then, or do other stuff. I can leave today.
Have you worked your nighttime job yet?
No, I don't. Do I have a nighttime job? I think I have a daytime job. I don't think I have a nighttime job.
Okay. Well, let's go work your nighttime job.
Okay, how do I do that?
You have to go to Central Street in Shibuya.
I want to go to the station.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go to Shibuya.
Yep.
And then
Central Street.
Central Street. Okay. Got it. This is fine. This is fine. We got it. We got it. Everything's great.
Yep. Okay, while you're here, stop in the bookstore immediately on your left.
Oh, yeah. I am starting to run out of book stuff.
Welcome.
Okay. I'm just going to get both of them because I have so much money. Oh, I don't have as much money as I thought I did. Because I spent all of that money on fusions and just kitting everybody out. All right. We got a whole bunch of stuff.
It was worth it. You survived your fight.
We did. Like, very easily.
I will point out the magazine Vague that you just picked up. If you read it, it will unlock a spot that you can take your social links to when you do your social link activities. It's very important that you take on there because she will give you something, and it is the most important item in the game. Oh. And you will understand immediately once you receive it. And that's all I will say.
Okay, I'm gonna write down because I need to do this. Read Vague ASAP. Okay. All right, where do I go now?
Okay, on your map, there's like a little ramen bowl. Mm-hmm. I want you to go there.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh shit! Am I gonna eat a beef bowl?
No, I don't want you to eat a beef bowl. I want you to work here.
Okay.
So I'm guessing you may have not picked up the pamphlet.
Okay, working here could develop your proficiency. Okay.
Okay. So I'm sorry. You need to go to the subway in Shibuya. So the underground walkway.
Okay.
And you have to go to that little like pamphlet stop to.
I vaguely remember that
It's
one right there.
straight.
Okay, good.
Yep.
what are your thoughts?
That
And
looks
it's
new.
Becco.
Yeah, to apply. Fucking go for it. I think I'm gonna call and be like, "Hey, can I work there?" And they go, "Yeah," and I'm gonna show up like 3 minutes later.
Like I was just at your store and you wouldn't let me work, but now that I've called you from a train station, now you will let me work here.
Total. I mean, it tracks, right? For sure.
It's very Persona logic.
You know what? Fair. No, this is not the right one. Wait, this is the right one. It's just I'm in a weird place.
You came out of the subway exit.
Stupid. Okay. Fucking. I'm literally looking just at the map. I was not looking at what was happening on the actual screen. Okay, yes, I did apply to a part-time job while working at the beef bowl shop. Oh, I added extra words. Working at the beef bowl shop will cause your time to pass, and I added more words in addition to receiving money. Your proficiency will improve. Dope. Some days the shop will be more crowded than usual. During busier times, you'll need to remember a lot of work. Wait, I need to remember. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, this is fine. Everything's fine. I got this. This is good. It's gonna be great. Why is there an ambulance in the background? Okay. This is fine.
Oh.
This is good. Yeah, I'm gonna work here. Everything's great. Let's get to work. Let's do it.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You have a really good. You have a great memory, and definitely you don't have paper in front of you that you could write orders down.
We're gonna defeat. Well, now that you said that, I feel like I need to do it without writing things down. Here we go. We're gonna give it a shot.
I believe in you.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. This is gonna be great, guys. The notebook is closed. I'm gonna keep my hands right here. You all can see the controller. I'm not gonna write shit down. We're gonna be fine.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, God. No need to introduce yourself. That's already not a good sign for this workplace. It's like, I don't care about your name. Please start working right now.
I like that your shirt is the Swedish flag. I think that's very progressive of them.
Any questions?
Do you have any questions? Probably! Like, how do I do it?
Good night, Jamp. I love you.
Good night, Jamp. I also love you. What does the work entail?
Let me explain.
Take customers' orders, prep them, serve them, ring them up. Am I gonna play Overcooked, but in Persona?
No. That would be crazy.
Oh, no. I don't like the way you said that. Meals are already made. Oh, already made, so it should be simple. Okay. Just make sure you're nice. Okay. Anything else? Hey, are there other people here?
Sorry.
Not quite? Our budget's been cut despite being short-staffed, so you'll have to do everything alone. What the fuck? What do you mean our budget has been cut?
I don't. So, like, if you didn't show up today, like,
What were they gonna?
What
Was
would-
this guy gonna do it? God, that's so many books and binders. That feels like too many. You're spry young dude. I don't. Look, hey guys, if your boss refers to you as spry and young, leave and also report them.
Yeah. Also, if anyone says we're a family here, quit.
Oh, also
immediately.
that, absolutely. Hey, without me saying it overtly, I did that. We're a family. Support your family. Hey, your rest of your family's working overtime. Don't you wanna? Hey, fucking leave.
Yeah. So, at my job, I currently manage 8 analysts. I never once told any of them that we're a family here. Like,
Good.
even if they say, like, I really like the group that we have here, we're like a family, I will never corroborate. I'm like, no, it is nice to have you all around, yes.
Yes.
Like, I will never say those words,
Exactly,
ever.
yeah. If any company is like, we're a family here, that's like the biggest red flag of them all. And if you're hearing me say that and you go, well, mine's different, I hate
It's
to
not.
tell you, it is truly not. And if you want me to elaborate, please feel free to DM me. I would be happy to. I don't feel like potentially having to deal with a company's legal team. I do know that legal team sucks ass, but I still don't want to deal with it. So anyways, back to this.
Thanks in advance.
He also just offered to pay me more in exchange for dealing with it. That's not something that company did. They
go,
paid
here you
under
go.
market value, but anyways, continue.
Yeah, here you go, kid. Here's a wad of cash rolled up with a rubber band around it. Good work today. Huh.
Oh my
okay.
god. It'd still be more than I made at that other place. Anyways. Alright, here we go. Why are there so many umbrellas here? This job is ludicrous. You have to do everything all by yourself from the very beginning. Just give it your best shot. Oh my god. I'll be cheering you on. Please don't. Because I think if I'm working in a food service thing and there's a cat meowing back where the food prep is happening, we're gonna get shut down and I will be fired.
Hey,
Okay.
wait!
Okay, here we go. Dirty plates still left on it. Yeah, that's fine. I can clean dirty plates. This is okay. Are you gonna be okay? Are you offering to help? If not, shut the fuck up. Oh, it didn't
Nice
make me
work.
do anything. James, did you just fuck?
Yeah, I did.
I'm so mad. Like, I'm relieved, but also fuck you. Oh my god. What, it better be a good number that pops up here.
I have to
Oh.
make it exciting.
So that was, yeah, I thought for sure some shit was gonna happen. I was gonna have to remember something. No, I didn't expect it to be full overcooked, but I was like, I'm gonna have to remember something. Fuck.
There you go. Get some money back too. You get
There
some
we go.
proficiency. You have a new job that you can work at night. So if there's nothing you want to do in LeBlanc, you can come here and make some cash.
Assuming I'm not stuck in LeBlanc, which has been, I think, my
Right.
issue the past several nights, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have a lot of downtime before the event.
I don't like the way you said that either.
Well, it's just like when the timer would expire if you
Oh,
hadn't
okay.
done your thing. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. So we're basically in free time until we hit that.
Yeah.
Let's head back.
I think you got as
Yeah,
much as you paid for the books. That's an upsetting sentence, but like, okay, cool.
You know, it's a really upsetting sentence.
We
Whatever
meet
she's
again.
gonna say.
You say what you were gonna say first, unless that was the joke.
No, one of the upsetting things, but it's also like funny and upsetting at the same time. So this is just an oldest daughter story. They have for either a birthday or a holiday, they received a veterinary set. So they have little like stuffed animals with stethoscopes and thermometers and stuff to take care of their pet animals. So those instruments have evolved into people doctors now instead of animal doctors, because veterinary is a hard word to say.
Fair.
But when they play doctor, Justin, oldest daughter, the very first thing goes, "Oh, hello, patient. Welcome to the hospital. You need to pay me first, and then I'll help you." And it's it's cute and funny, and at the same time, like, oh, it's a symbol of our American healthcare system, and I'm crying a little on the inside.
Oh no, that's terrible and so accurate. Oh
Yeah.
god.
I mean, she's really taking after me, just a cold, unfeeling healthcare economist.
Oh my god, I do want to know where she picked that up. Like,
I don't know. Well, so one of the things that we've been doing, we've been trying to explain the concept of money, like why we just can't grab everything from the store. Like, what are these credit cards that we do? Like that, we pay for our groceries, we pay for toys. So we're trying to instill, like when they play ice cream shop or they play bakery, that, they bake stuff, and then we always say like, okay, and here is our pretend money for whatever the transaction was. So in her head, healthcare is also a transaction, which not inaccurate in this country, but it's.
Oh, that's so funny and also so upsetting.
Let me tell you, they drive a really hard bargain for ice cream. They are very upset if an ice cream cone costs more than $1. They get very upset.
My root beer floats that we get on Wednesdays finally increased in price, and I'm very upset. They've been $5, now they're $6.
Ooh.
Damn.
I know.
It appears you were lying low lately. What's with the change?
Oh, this is actually voiced.
Yeah, fully voiced. Here we go. What do you mean? I'm gonna play dumb. Roll deception!
Don't worry about it. It must have been my imagination.
Did I roll good, or do I need to roll insight on your deception? Layers!
Anyway.
Do I need to roll insight on your insight of my deception?
Yeah.
Wait, did you just say deception?
Oh,
no, I said
God.
diplomacy.
This is getting a lot.
I wish the culprit would come forward
The
soon.
culprit to what? What culprit do you mean? Because no crime has been committed other than Kamoshida, as far as you're concerned.
And that's really not that's the only crime, because what he did was wrong.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's absurd to pretend I can do the police's job.
Agreed!
I wish he considered my feelings before asking me this.
Man, are you gonna start info dumping on me? Oh, where's my lore war mug? Fuck.
What an excellent segue. Oh, speaking of, rolling insight and deception.
Hey, there you are.
No, you go ahead and then I will continue it.
Okay. I know I sent you this for my Friday game, but I swear, like, in the last 2 months, this always happens. I will make a comment to my DM like, hey, we're trying to figure something out. We're looking for something in this lost city. I'm looking through this library. Do they have like any like blueprints or books like that would help like point to the thing that we're looking for in this ancient lost city? He goes, look, this city is thousands of years old. It's been weathered and decayed. You trying to find a book that's preserved enough that you could actually make use of it. You know what? Go ahead and like roll an investigation check, and you better roll really well. And he didn't even finish the sentence, and I clicked on investigation. It was a nat 20, and he was just so upset. It has happened 3 times in 2 months, where like I always wonder like if he, like part of him is like, oh no, am I gonna like will this into the universe that James is gonna roll another nat 20 and roll 20 on his investigation check? Because I've had 3 nat 20s on my investigation checks over the course of several games now.
That's so good. That's so good. That's the universe being like, yes, this is how the game progresses. Fucking deal with it.
Well, this is the universe saying, hey, we need to end this campaign quickly before our DM combusts. So,
also fair.
I need your help with something.
A landscaping service or something else?
I found this flyer stuffed in my mailbox. Housekeeping service.
I don't read Japanese, but I think we got the context.
Here's the thing: is I at one point still had the Translate app on my phone because of when I would travel with Jeff to other countries, and I was like. He had to go to France for some work stuff at some point, and I knew enough French to mostly get by, but there were still some things where I was like, it's gonna get a little bit it's gonna get a little bit sketchy. So I did have the app on my phone to be like, hey, I could take a picture of a thing and it will translate it for me and be close enough I can understand what it is that's happening. So I want to know what this actually says. So, oh, it's having to update. We're going to open it. I want to know what this fucking flyer actually says. We're going to do this right now.
Okay. While you're doing it, for those in chat, because I've also had to go to France for work, and I don't speak French, so I tried to I Rosetta Stoned my way 4 weeks prior, and the most important thing you as a non-French person can say when you're in Paris specifically, once you do your greeting, just immediately say, Je ne parle pas français. I don't speak French, but if you do it with the correct inflection and voice, they will treat you significantly more nicely than they would have otherwise.
It's not actually translating it. It translated the fucking phone number.
Oh, you should call it.
Try this again. Okay, let's try this one more time. Or maybe it was bad.
I think Farron is actively translating it right now.
Oh my god, thank you so. First of all, how are you doing this? Or did you just like find an image that had already pre-translated it? Oh yeah, this is not fucking. This is not doing good here. Okay, the hearts say cleaning, washing, and cooking. Housekeeping service, Victoria. A maid will do cleaning, washing, cooking. Sorry, a cute maid. 3 levels next to the maid say. Oh my god. So when you were saying, you know, you say je ne peux pas français to say like I don't speak French. I'm trying. Oh god, I'm 2 Mai Tais in now. I did know at the time we went, I knew the whole phrase, I only speak a little bit of French. Do you speak English? And something about elaborating it to say, not just say I don't speak French, saying I only speak a little bit of French did the fucking job of like, I learned the extra words that they were like, okay, yes, I got you.
You know, like I felt bad one time when I was there. I was taking the metro to the Eiffel Tower because I had a day off and I decided to be a tourist that day and just do all the touristy things really quickly while I was on my own.
There you go.
And I was on the train and I was sitting across just the oldest woman I've ever seen in my life. And I went to a Catholic school where the nuns look like they peered into the Ark of the Covenant for like a half second. And just the oldest lady, and a guy comes onto our train, and again, I don't speak French, but I lived in New York and I know what a panhandler sounds like on a train. It has the exact same cadence of just like how they do in New York. So I didn't understand what he was saying, but I knew what he was saying. And he left, and this French woman just looks at me and just starts talking, and I don't understand what she's saying, but I knew she was talking about the panhandler, and I feel like I broke her heart. I'm like, oh, je ne parle pas français. And like I tried to describe, like I know what he was trying to do, and like I saw a hint of understanding, but also like, oh, you don't understand a single thing I'm saying to you, right?
Yes, thank you, Farron. Not fair, metric. Thank you, metric. I knew how to do all that when I was sober, and 4 years ago, I guess at this point. That's how I got a bunch of free wine at a cafe when someone heard me talking to the waiter. And they're like, you tried, let me buy your wine. And then I accidentally ended up day drunk, and it was fucking great. Or
as they say in Paris, Tuesday.
Yeah, I think it was actually a Tuesday, which is very funny. Catching up, more of the translations on this thing saying, the fine print says requesting a specific maid adds an additional fee. The pictured maid is named Milky Chan. Oh, I hate that. Another heart says anything for you. Liz says the text under the heart says I will do anything according to my translate app. God damn it. Not me. I don't know. There's a lot happening there, and I've had too much alcohol in my system to figure it out. But hey, thank you for the follow, and I super appreciate it. Welcome to whatever the fuck this is. Anyways.
The important thing is that this is so important that they voiced it. So
That is true. That is actually a very good point.
It says that a cute maid will do anything for you. A maid, dude. A maid who'll do anything for us. Right? Right?
James, I hate this.
Yeah. So does your character. Just sitting there,
Yeah.
arms folded, looking down, questioning their life choices, the friends they've made.
Yeah, what are you saying? Yeah, please spell it out for me.
You're a guy, right? You know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean. Please explain it to me.
Let's give it a try. Yeah? Yeah?
Do you have money?
Luckily, some guy on my floor just moved out, so there's a vacant apartment in my complex.
Okay.
The key is behind the mailbox, so we can get in anytime. The landlord seriously doesn't care.
What? This sounds sketchier and sketchier the more words you say. Please?
Oh, Ryuji, I wish you had a landscaping service and that's what you were talking about right now. That would be more comfortable than this right now.
Oh, boy.
The place is all set, so...
So what? Ryuji? What?
Hey, I heard that.
Thank God. Oh, fuck, never mind.
Oh, and like I could just feel your mood plummet immediately.
God.
Can I...
No, whatever your question is, no.
get in on this?
No!
Oh, you mean you're into this kind of stuff?
He legitimately wants someone to come help clean his place.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
I will say, as cringy as this is, can we all just appreciate the voice actor for Ryuji really getting into the role? Max Middleton is killing it right now. It's probably his best voice acting in the game so far.
I would love to know if he did this and then like the whole time his hands are just like over his eyes, like I can't believe this is happening. Like I would love to know.
You know,
he is committed, and I give him credit for that as a voice actor.
Yeah, a lot of the Atlas voice actors do a lot of anime dubs as well, and I've seen some anime. I imagine this probably isn't even a blip on his radar of uncomfortable things he has said into a microphone.
I don't know how Flash pulled the I don't know why this is the quote that got pulled right now.
And that is me rolling a nat 20 on my investigation check every time the DM says, "Well, you better roll really high."
What happened there? What? God, because this was in the early days where it didn't record date or game or anything. What was that?
Was that Stardew?
Is that a thing that's ever an option in Stardew?
I don't know. It was multiplayer. Who knows? It was the Wild West back then.
Oh my God. What was that?
Well, we could probably figure out. Just do quote 39. Let's see what quote 39 is. Maybe we'll get context.
Oh yeah, 39 to 41. We got to. I think there's like a 2-minute cooldown though, because I had to put a cooldown on it because people were just like flooding the chat with quotes at once upon a time. So. Other Stardew quotes have context, but that's because I switched bots at some point while we were playing Stardew. So it doesn't mean it's not Stardew. But it also means it could be literally anything. Like, I don't think any of the Danganronpa quotes were at the point in time where it recorded games.
Did you find the mayor's boxers in Stardew?
Yes.
Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe. Okay. Quote 39 is, "We're trying to sound a solve puzzle." Oh boy. Okay, what was solving a sound puzzle? Other than Nonary very recently. I mean, that does sound very Danganronpa. That there might have been a sound puzzle somewhere.
Well, while you all are figuring it out, I need to go help Justin Oldest Daughter right now. I will be right back.
You go do that. No, the witness was very recent, so that would have been dated. We're gonna lose audio for a second. I feel like this is very important. You're gonna lose audio. You're gonna be like, "What's happening?" It's okay, I promise. I'm gonna look at the quote bot and see at what point it started recording dates and tell you the first date that's recorded. The first date that's recorded is December of 2017, specifically December 17th of 2017. So we're looking at something that was before that. So...
What does it mean that they'll do anything? And do the maids look exactly as they're advertised?
Mishima! What the fuck? It's 2017 on YouTube. I have no fucking idea at this point. I would assume so. I don't know, actually. I really don't know. At what point did I decide that was just way too much work? 2017 was still Michigan. Did I give up on YouTube after I got to Texas is the question. No, it logged nothing. Oh, yeah, December 17th, 2017 was Tales of Zestiria. I added an extra T in there. Tales of Zestiria. When I was trying to slog my way through playing a JRPG before I was like, I can't fucking do it.
We need to determine whether or not this company just pretends to offer housekeeping services.
Metric, I don't know if it has sound puzzles. I don't remember. I have no idea where this fucking came from. Okay, actually, okay, let's look. I can pull, so 41 is You Know Me and My Joystick Experience. What happened? Okay, I'm gonna start at quote 35 to get us up to that point. Your thing is on me. Oh god, this is gonna be a thing. Ooh, shiny. Nobody tell Jeff I just admitted to being stubborn. This is ample opportunity for large melons. That sounds like Stardew! I don't remember there being sound puzzles in Stardew, though. We're trying to sound a solve puzzle. I did end up picking prostitution. 41, You Know Me and My Joystick Experience. 42, Everyone Loves Me and I Am the Best. 43, I Found Pants! That also feels like Stardew. 44, I Hope It Has Murder, or at least implied murder. I'm not reading 45 out loud.
Oh,
what?
boo.
What the fuck? It's a quote from Jeff, and I feel like it was a situation where a word got mispronounced.
Oh, wow.
A word clearly got mispronounced and something got repeated and it got worse. Oh my god.
Wow, suddenly what's going on in Persona is slightly more comfortable than quote 45.
Yeah, God, I wish I knew what prompted that. 46 is this is so much better when it's not birds, which is clearly a reference to Hatoful Boyfriend. Also feels like we're talking about like some romance implied shit happening in the game. 47, go ahead.
Was it Monster Prom?
God, maybe. Because I didn't realize how long ago Monster Prom stuff was with Tim and Dylon, but, like, it's on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Could also be Dream Daddy. That's also fair. 47. I'm constantly close to death. Give me that one. I don't know what the fuck that means. 48. I'm glad the animals don't get angry when you try to do the wrong things to them. I actually specifically remember that being Stardew because I still had the shears technically equipped and went to the cows. So... Oh my god. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyways, hi James, how are you?
Yeah. Horrific, thanks for asking.
Oh god. Anyways, we're back to this now. Just tell the truth. Yeah, what's up with you, you weirdo?
Just want to punish the bad guys.
Yeah, you want to punish the
And in order
maids,
to do
huh?
that, I have to see it with my own
Wow,
eyes.
you're in inflection, Jen. Oh, wow. Happy month of the mistress, everyone.
That's another one of those things I would turn into, like, a sticker or something, but it's only gonna be funny to, like, like at maximum 8 people, and it'll be the people in the breach and like Carl and Ashley, and maybe Liz. I feel like is where that list would end.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta see it with our own eyes.
Oh fuck you! God damn no, Ryuji.
You're so upset you actually called him his real name.
I did. I've been pretty good about calling him his correct name for this stream. I'm very proud of myself.
We'll have to do this at night, so let us know when you're ready.
No! No, don't nod your head, protagonist! No, there's no operation!
Bad silent protagonist, bad.
Since we'll be watching them, it should be something like Operation Maid Watch.
First of all, no, it shouldn't. Second of all, you saying the sentence, since we'll be watching them, God, I hate that.
Nice. I like that.
No! We're not doing any of this shit. Whatever this is, when I get any options related to it, no. James, if you're about to tell me I have to progress fucking Arcana, I'm going to lose my mind.
Okay, well, let's see what your inbox says right now.
No, don't. No. Hey, we're gonna talk to you. About the Mementos request. We all agreed to do it. Wait, what? Oh, the one about the bully. Fuck that. Whatever.
Yeah, you can do that. At some point before the 11 days are up, I would like you to go to Mementos, but tonight is not that.
Okay. No, I don't want to go take care of it. No. Decide later. Fuck off. Alright, hey you, what do you want? Just having to wait for the change of heart or for the maid? No? Decide later. What do you want? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. You okay? What is that? What does that mean? No. What? No? Okay then.
Maybe let's focus on some knowledge today. Maybe we'll go to the library.
We're gonna go study. We're gonna go to the library. We're gonna go study.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do
But
that.
before we do that, I want to see, before you fast travel, I want to see how our group is doing in the hallway.
Okay, we'll go to the hallway.
Yeah, there's the mini emerging story of voiceless NPCs that their story will advance throughout the game. So
Okay.
they're in that middle hallway.
We're gonna go this way.
Make a left.
These ones?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because there's the chick watching them. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
A Kamoshida thing came out of nowhere. He was like, I'll take responsibility by killing myself. But a morning assembly for the whole school, maybe the Phantom Thieves' heart were... Shriek? What's wrong? I felt the sudden chill down my spine. Maybe I'm coming down with something? Okay, we're just gonna do this. What are you fucking... God, you are something. He's talking about Mr. Kamoshida. I wonder if those Phantom Thieves of hearts really do exist. I don't know if words I can't say, hearts get stolen. I'll knit him a scarf for his birthday. We'll be together. I just need to weave it in my... I need to weave in my hair.
I love how unhinged she is. Like, even like the eyes, like the way they got the eyes just to look completely crazy. It's just...
Oh.
It's something that people who aren't looking for it would never notice, and I'm so glad I can share it with everyone.
That's something. That's something. Anyways, we're going to the library, right?
We're going to the library.
Hey, since you mentioned Unhinged, something that I thought was fucking great. So one of the things I struggle with the most when I make new dice is to get them on the site. I was like, I feel like I gotta like name them something. And I decided I was gonna go with like spell names. And I've expanded a little bit to be like spells, features, class abilities, things like that. But I was like, that at least gives me a world to live in for them. And every once in a while, I look at one and like a different word comes to me, and I'll name it that. But mostly, I go with those kinds of things because it gives me at least a framework to work with. Because I don't feel like I can just like come up with a name out of the ether. And there are some people who like name their other dice makers who name their dice all kinds of like profound, like cool sounding things, and I don't know where they get their names from. But there was a dice maker recently who straight up on Twitter was like, hey, I didn't know what to call my dice, so I took inspiration from another dice maker of my, a friend of mine, and just went with whatever came to me first. And I was like, well, they said this. I need to go look at what they named their most recent dice sets. So I pull up the page. And like the first set is just called, this is definitely blue. And it's like a cool blue sparkly set or whatever. And you scroll a little bit, and because they've got the set, and then they also had some individual singles that I think they had done tests on that were extras, or they're selling the singles. You scroll past This Is Blue, and it gets to a set that's like a cool, like light, like lilac-y purple, and like a mid-tone kind of shimmery gray. And the set is called, and this is the entire title of the set of dice. I guess I'm a pastel goth now, question mark? And so that set and all the singles are named that, and it's great. And there's another set that looks a lot like my Ennead set, that has some like extra like things in it. They got like gold flakes and stuff in it, and they're like, and it's just called "They're Definitely Purple!" exclamation point. And then there's a set, you scroll a little bit further, the next one after that is what fucking killed me. And now I aspired, like, I want to have a dice drop at some point where all the names are inspired by, like, how unhinged this whole thing has been. Because this set, and all the singles after it, of this kind of colorway, it's the entire, this is what's listed on the site as the title of this listing of this dice set of whatever, this is what it says. It goes, poured some resin, had a breakdown, bon appetit, question mark.
Oh.
I was like, I love the dedication and how fucking insane this is. It's so good. And it's like the poured some resin, had a breakdown. I was like, girl, same though.
That is awesome. I love that so much.
I was like, I've been there. The number of, like, kind of mini breakdowns I've had being like, I don't know what the fuck to do with this resin. Like, yeah, absolutely. It was so good, and I love that they just leaned into it, and they were always like, yeah, that's what I'm calling this set now. The Bake Off reference. Oh, Carl, you're absolutely right. I didn't even think of that. That makes it even better. Oh, fuck.
That is great. I love that. You know what's not great, Jen?
What?
The story of Fire Emblem Engage.
Oh, shit, really?
Yeah, I beat the game about a week ago. And let me tell you, the best way I could describe it, and I people in chat, I am not spoiling the game because there's not much to spoil. That game ended on a wet fart.
Oh, wow!
I was very disappointed. Like, at first, new game, you have the blinders on. I will not spoil it. The mechanics of the game, so the actual like Fire Emblem, trademark combat class system, that is a well-oiled machine. It is perfect. Great mechanics. Like, each individual map has a lot to offer. The mechanics are great. I loved the combat tactical aspect of it. The whole story was just, and I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it for Metric asked me, so I will not spoil it. I was just extremely disappointed, and the reason I was disappointed is that I know the people who make these games can write good stories. So what I'm coming from is the last two Fire Emblem games I played before Engage, there was Fates. And the story of Fates, aside from having multiple minor themes to it, the major theme is that your main character was born and raised in one kingdom, and then maybe like at the age 7 or 8, they were kidnapped, quote unquote kidnapped, and brought to another kingdom where they were raised. So you have like a surrogate family, but then you have your blood family in another kingdom, and these two countries are about to go to war. and you're wrestling with the decision of like, okay, do I support my blood family who I recently rediscovered? Do I support my adoptive family who I grew up with, even though they're not blood? Or do I go my own way and kind of make enemies of them both, knowing that, you know, whatever side I pick, I'm going to either be killing my friends or killing my family. That's some heavy stuff, and they did it very well. Fast forward to Three Houses. Three Houses has 3 different houses that you can join of different countries, and each one have themes of like how to deal with vengeance. Is when does justice become vengeance, or how do you tear down the system that's oppressing people, or how do you uncover a conspiracy that's manipulating the world? These are like all big stories, and they all interact, and there's so much, you know, emotional angst because you're a professor in this military academy and you're teaching these students, and then a war breaks out and 2/3 of your students are now on the opposite ends of the battle line from you, and you're having to, you know their hopes and dreams, and you're having to fight them and kill them. It's heavy. And then Fire Emblem Engage is just like no character development, just nothing. It is just this bland, like no nonsense stuff whatsoever, and it's just like, I know you could do so much better, Intelligent Systems. You've written very good games. What happened here? But yeah, that's my rant. I'm not gonna say more because I don't want to spoil it for Metric, but not a fan of the story.
Fine. No, I'm not trying to use that. Okay. 2 things. Okay, so yes. So we've updated chat. Do I have to actually do the maid thing with Mishima to progress his bullshit?
You have.
Oh, you roboted it like the fucking worst time.
I know. You do have to do the maid.
I hate that. Do I actually need to progress Mishima?
Those are 2 separate questions, Jen.
That's why I asked them as separate questions. Do I actually need to progress Mishima?
You will have a much better experience in combat if you level Mishima's ranks.
I hate it! God. That's the worst. Alright. Oh, fuck. Oh, I can't do that. Yeah, I know. Morgana's upset at me because I was just trying to control my fucking mouse back. I had to scroll back up because I saw things in the chat I wanted to respond to. Number 1, Flash. Hey, next time I have a set of dice and I don't know how to name them, maybe I will post them in Discord and be like, go ham, and use the names you all come up with. Maybe I will do that. Ashley, someone convinced me not to actually sell crochet stuff. More people told me to open a shop today, and I am exceptionally susceptible to peer pressure. Hey, as someone who started a hobby out of spite, and then started selling to friends, and then to friends of friends, and then opened an Etsy, and now has their own fucking business, and spent all of Tuesday, all of it, not an exaggeration, all goddamn day Tuesday doing tax stuff, and is still not done and will be doing more tomorrow. Don't do it. If you
play Persona instead.
I can't recommend that course of action that James suggested. Don't. If you enjoy it as a hobby, just enjoy it as a hobby. Don't fall susceptible to the grind hustle culture that has permeated all of our generation's shit. You can just enjoy something. You don't have to monetize all of it. You don't have to. Don't do it. You don't have to, and don't do it if you don't have to. If you are having trouble making ends meet, selling something you're already doing is a reasonable leap to make. If you're fine where you are, have a thing you can just enjoy. Do that. Please do that. Don't sell your shit. That's my input on your question and your request to convince you not to do that.
Here's a fun fact. Jen, you're talking about making ends meet. When I was younger, I always thought they meant MEAT, And I thought that made total sense because that's the tasty bits of steak, like that are on the edge. They get, just a little singe on them. Like, oh, those are the tasty bits of meat. Yeah, we need to get those pieces of meat. We're making these ends meet. So yeah, just wanted to share that.
I have no response to this. That's incredible, and I can't argue with any of that logic. I can't. That was good. That was good. Oh my god. What's funny to me about that, other than the obvious bit, is the idea that you switched those two versions of the word meat, considering the confusion over when I said meat cute on stream not too long ago.
Yep. Maybe I'm just hypersensitive to it, and instead of feeling very embarrassed about it, I just make jokes about it, but I hyperfixate on synonyms around meat.
So good. I love this. Oh my god. Ashley, I also feel that that's legit part of why I started selling dice, is because I was like, I enjoy the process of making them, but god, I cannot keep all of these. So that's also fair. If you're like, I'm gonna make all these things anyways, but I cannot logically keep all of them, also fair. Okay, Ashley, if you mean this is a legit question, send me a DM on Discord and we can have an actual legitimate conversation where I actually remove... I know this is gonna sound crazy. I will remove all of the humor and jokes out of it and have an actual conversation about pros and cons and blah, blah, blah. I will do that if this is a legitimate question you have. Otherwise, I will give you this answer of save yourself. I spent all of Tuesday pulling tax documents and it's still not done. Alright, this is fine. We're back to the game. I need to go fucking talk to Mishima. I gotta do Mishima. Is that what we just decided?
Looks like Mishima's waiting for us in Shibuya.
Fucking yeah, let's go. It's fine. And when we get to the end of this day, we can save and call it a stream. Does that sound good?
That sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Okay. I just texted you to say I was coming, and, like, I know, like, in reality that means I could flake on you, but in the game, I don't think I can. I said the thing. Oh god, you're right there. I could actually... I walk right up to him and just go, nah, this is awkward as fuck. I do want to know why you're having this power stance while you're whispering, though. Oh, Shibuya's dangerous! Oh, man. As long as we keep giving reminders, no one's gonna bother us. It sounds like maybe you're the reason it's dangerous around here. Suspiciously sleazy guy. I missed it the first time it popped up. Oh my god. Oh boy, I'm gonna actually walk away from you right now. It's okay, yeah, sure, we'll fucking talk to a Norwegian curling team man.
Well played.
Thank you.
Well, you should wear your beef bowl Swedish shirt to go with him.
Oh my god, you're absolutely right.
You could make an excellent curling team.
I gotta point out, Ashley in the chat, bros, I legit forgot I could just message Jen. We're friends, we talk on the ridge, and my object permanence was like, nope, say that now, because Jen won't exist later. I love it so much. We were literally talking like 20 minutes before the stream went live. That's my favorite part. God. Anyways, do you remember that group a while back was claiming to hack websites in the name of justice? I do not remember that. Also, what does that have to do with the maids? There's so much happening in this conversation already. I'm not prepared for this.
Maybe this isn't the maid stuff. Maybe this is just, something else going on.
Oh, no, there's the maids again. Sure. Not hell yeah. Absolutely not. Not yet.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, alright.
Alright. So at some point you do need to do it. If you don't want to do it tonight, I have something else that you can do.
Okay, should I do this or should I do the other thing you have?
So Operation Maid Watch is going to be a vocal cutscene, and I don't remember how long that's going to take.
Oh, good.
So if you want to end the stream sooner, we can do something else, or if you just want to rip the Band-Aid off and just drink your way into oblivion and try to forget it ever happened, we can do it tonight.
I mean, like, my cup is mostly empty, but there's still a little bit in it. If we're potentially getting trapped in a cutscene, I do need you to vamp for like 2 minutes.
Well, it's your call. We can do something quick, and then we can wrap up in a few minutes, or we can do the maid thing.
Let's. Okay. We're gonna peel back the curtain a little bit. James, do you want to vamp for 2 minutes now, or do you want to do the quick thing, end the stream, and then you have to sit in silence for 2 minutes while I go pee, and then we can continue our post-stream talk?
I can vamp.
Okay, you do that.
Okay, I will vamp. Yeah. So chat, I beat Elden Ring last night, so I'm excited about that. And of course, they announced the DLC, so getting ready for that. I am debating between building a new character or picking up Octopath Traveler 2. Now, I hesitate with picking up Octopath Traveler 2 because it takes me a while to play games, because I just recently finished Fire Emblem Engage, and I've been playing that for however long it's been out. And I know Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out in May, so I don't want to start something if I know I can't finish it. Whereas like with Elden Ring, I already know the story, I know where everything is. I just wanted to try a new character. Or maybe I should play something else. I mean, Carl, if you're still here, you were recommending Yakuza Like a Dragon. I wonder if it's like the same thing with Octopath, if I won't have time to play it before Breath of the Wild comes out. Metric, what build did you end up with playing in Elden Ring? So I call it Turtle Anarchy because I used the Turtle Talisman to get extra stamina, and it was basically a guard counter build with Faith, with a little bit of Frenzy. But I went with the well, I don't want to tell you what ending because I don't want to spoil it for you. But I used a lot of Faith incantations to pull things closer to me, and then used Barricade Shield and Guard Counter to counterattack and do critical attacks that way. Highly recommend. It was a very fun build. Here's something I didn't know, and I wish I figured it out sooner in my multiple hours of trying to beat Millennia, who is the Blade of Mikola, if you didn't know that and heard it every single time she killed you. So she heals based on the amount of damage she does to you, whether it's health damage or stamina damage if you're blocking, which is very annoying, which makes shield builds very bad against her, unless you're using the Barricade Shield. Because when you put Barricade up, it significantly decreases the amount of stamina loss you have for blocking, and that's the direct function of how much health she gets back from it. So she did Waterfowl Dance, I had Barricade Shield up, and I was like, oh my gosh, you're not getting any health back. This is wonderful. And then I just, figured it out very quickly. So that was about 3.5 hours wasted. And then the very last time I was like, oh, I figured out Barricade Shield was the way to go the whole time. Hello, D'Angelo. Thank you for the raid. Jen is currently refilling her drink right now.
I was not refilling my drink. I was emptying my bladder. Two opposite things.
Well, Jen, they say that you actually don't empty your bladder. It's just the absence of filling your cup.
Oh my God, this is the heat and cold thing again, isn't it?
Yes, it's the heat and cold thing.
That was a good joke. I appreciate it. D'Angelo, thank you so much for the raid. I super appreciate it. Hello, people. D'Angelo, also, I will owe you an email soon. I know this, but I hope you're doing well. All my friends, I'm sure you've heard about D'Angelo, but if you haven't, hey, you should be giving him a follow. He's a wonderful human being, first of all. So there's that. And also a very talented writer, and has been writing, along with a team of other very talented writers, a new TTRPG book, which I have been helping kind of get it out into the world, and it's gonna be out into the world soon, which is also a fucking buck wild thought. But when I say helping, I need to make it so clear that I've been a very tiny, itty bitty part of it. All these very talented writers and artists have been doing my camera just decided it didn't want a camera anymore. That was really fun. Hey, they've all been doing an incredible amount of work. I'm just making sure that people who are responsible for printing it get it printed. So, just need to make that very clear. They're all fucking great, and it's very awesome, and I'm very excited to get everybody's stuff out into the world because it's very good, and everybody should experience it. Do it. Do it, do it. We even have a command for it. Thank you, Liz, for dropping it in the chat. Hey, the pre-orders are still open. You should do that. Stop, D'Angelo. You're fucking great. Also, Sunturco wants everyone to hydrate. So, hey, if you just got here, fucking drink your water. You know you're dehydrated.
It's true.
I'm also definitely dehydrated. Anyways. Everything's great. I feel like something got said while I was gone.
Uh-huh.
And I was going to respond to it. Oh, I think it was just that you started naming, like, abilities, and I was like, this is a different language.
I have learned to speak the Elden Ring language with all of the youds.
I guess I'm going to hit the response, let's talk about requests, because not yet ends the conversation. And hell yeah feels gross. So we're going to do that. What? Are you talking about the bully?
Yeah, that's the bully.
Oh, no, I have to hit the hell yeah? Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
I don't
worry.
wanna.
Don't worry. It's only gonna go downhill from here.
No, stop.
No, maybe. I don't know. I'm tired. Whatever.
I hate
Don't listen to.
He's still wearing, like, his school uniform. What do you mean
Hey.
already? I went home, did some other shit. Oh my god.
I like that. Again, Atlas is proving that they're in your head and they know exactly what you're gonna say, and they'll have a comment immediately afterwards.
Okay, you look. I don't. There's something about the perspective of this that I hate. Why? You're the one who was like all about hell yeah a second ago. Oh my god.
Oh, this isn't. I thought I remember it being voiced, but oh well.
James.
Jen.
If this starts and the maid shows up and the little "you formed a new arcana bond" fucking dialogue pops up with the fucking maid, I'm going to live on stream die. I will expire immediately.
Okay, well, for your emotional well-being, I can promise that that will not happen.
Okay. I'm gonna trust you right now. But, like, that's the energy this is giving off right now.
Oh, okay.
Pathos, stop. No.
Should that be the soundbite?
No!
We have to make Jen do the "I am thou, thou art I, thou hast formed a new bond."
Oh my god.
So we're gonna watch Twister, huh?
Oh, fuck. The birth of the waifu persona.
Well,
Oh my god.
All right, settle down, chat.
Oh, that was very good. Boy. Anyways, what else we got since this is not voice acted?
Yeah, that caught me off guard. Let's see. I talked about Engage, Octopath, talked about my children.
Do you want me to explain my lemony fresh stairs?
Yeah, let's do Lemony Fresh Stairs.
So, I recently talked about the fact that the reason I have a Mai Tai is because Jeff found a recipe for a new drink that he wanted to make that required specific ingredients, so we had to go get the specific syrup that I don't know how to pronounce, but it's almond-based, and I was like, fuck yeah, Mai Tais. But one of the things that the drink recipe he was following needed was lemon juice. Now, James has been in our house, but for everybody else, like upstairs we do have like the liquor bar, and then there's a small like mini fridge that has like we keep ginger beer in it because we use that for a lot of mixers. It's got lime juice in it, and a couple other like sodas and like a sparkling water, some sparkling waters kind of thing. But we don't keep lemon juice up here because we don't usually make drinks that need lemon juice. So we make Mishima call them. So he got upstairs to like make the drink where we've got all the rest of the ingredients. He's like, oh shit, I need lemon juice. And so he yelled down like, can you get me the lemon juice? And I was like, sure. So I grab it because I'm not doing anything that's going to require me to go upstairs anytime soon. So I can't just like bring it up on a like while I'm coming upstairs. So it's like my choices are make a special trip up the stairs and then back down the stairs, which like, who wants to do that? Or throw it up the stairs.
And when you say throw it up the stairs, you don't mean like regurgitate, you mean?
No, I don't mean regurgitate. I mean take my terrible non-sports ball aim and chuck it up the stairs. So he stands at the top of the stairs because the stairs are straight. There's no turns, there's no 90-degree angles or anything. It's just a straight shot up the stairs. And it's like, I don't throw things. I don't do sports. Never did sports. The only sport I did was the only sport I did with any kind of talent or skill was track, which was run fast. And I didn't even run distance. I did sprints. So like if I was running for more than 30 seconds, I was either too slow or in the wrong race. That's me sportsing. So I'm at the bottom of the stairs. He's at the top of the stairs. And I go to throw it. And it is like, the stairs are like a little bit long. And now there's like a weird angle and a weird perspective to do this. So I chuck it up the stairs and it falls short. And it hits the second from the top stair and now rolls all the way down. It landed on its side and now just rolls all the way down. And we're laughing. We think this is very funny. And rather than going, this is not going to work, we decide, I will try it again. So I throw it a second time with apparently what turns out to be 0 change. And then again, I don't want to say 0 because of what happens next. It hits the step from the top, but instead of landing on its side, it hits the bottom. So now it's flipping end over end as it comes back down. And somewhere along the way, the lid comes loose. So now it's one of those lids that's got like the like dropper top on it. It's not just like open. So it's just squirting lemon juice the whole way down. It's on the paint, it's on the carpet, it's on me.
Jeff was fine. I think that's the important part of this story.
Yeah, because it didn't open until it started coming down the stairs, so we ended up with nothing on him. But anyway, so our for like a more than one day, the stairs smelled like lemon, and I had to go like wash myself thoroughly afterwards.
Lovely. Does it still smell lemony fresh?
At this point, this has actually been on my list for a little while now. The lemon scent has passed from the upstairs region, but it was very fun. It's one of those things that like we actually like commented on it to each other later. Like, we love that happened. And we could laugh about it, and it wasn't like I fucked up, or like, why didn't, like, you knew I wasn't gonna be able to make it all the way up, why did you like go all the way back up to the top of the stairs? Like, there was no argument, no jabs, no nothing. It was just us laughing, and after that second time I went, I'm just gonna bring it up the stairs, and it was just cracking up the whole time. So it was very funny, even in the moment, and afterwards, I was just like, this is great, because after that first one, I should have gone, we all knew this was not going to be good. And yet, I was like, no, this time will be different. And, like, there are worse things to have spilled all over our stairs. We're like, lemon juice, that's fine.
You know, I will say, though, even though you didn't make it up the stairs, it just shows you have remarkable precision.
Exactly.
And consistency.
Yeah, definitely precision, not a lot of accuracy, for sure.
Yeah. Now, remember, kids, accuracy is hitting the target that you wanted to hit. Precision is doing it repeatedly.
There we go. No, we don't want to request anyone specifically because the ad warned us that would cost more. No Oh, okay. Well, send anyone sounds desperate. We'll just say no preference.
Yeah, you want to be professional about this.
Exactly. God.
Yeah, the only other thing I have on my list, it's D&D related, and I know you and I brought it up, but we'll pose this question to the chat. Chat, is it a faux pas in D&D if your cleric casts ceremony on themselves?
I think it depends on which version of ceremony it is.
Yeah, I mean, if it's death rites, probably not that. That would be very awkward, and you're probably a lich at that point.
Whoa.
God. I did
Like,
have
look,
other
look,
D&D
look, look,
stuff,
I don't
but-
like... Your cleric's like, look, I'm not marrying you per se, I just want the stat boosts that come with the ceremony. It's for tax reasons.
That would be the D&D equivalent for sure. Yes, Liz is doing the smart thing before they answer and going, I'm going to look at everything ceremony can do, for sure. I did want to talk about, I don't want to, like, bring it up right now, but I did have other D&D stuff on my list that I want to talk about sooner rather than later, because I think by the next stream, it'll still be open. Never mind, I can keep it on my list. We're good. I do have other D&D stuff, but we'll talk about this, and that'll probably get us to the end.
What a tease.
What a tease. I looked down on my list, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I want to talk about that, but I do think I remember seeing... It was about the new playtest material, and I think that survey doesn't even open until March 20th, so I think we got plenty of time, so...
Okay.
Oh, Ashley, no. Ashley, no. Hey, by the way, how's the Breach fanfic? Should we hold a strategy meeting? Oh my fuck. Are you just gonna disappear for 20 minutes, fucking not kanji?
Oh.
Did you have the nervous shits?
Theater bladder.
Oh my god, you were in there for a while. He might have had nervous shits.
He also does not do well with dairy.
Yeah, that's a great question we maybe should have asked 23 minutes ago. In about 7 to 10 weeks, it'll be going great. Oh god.
What?
Oh,
Wait.
god.
Everything's fine.
Everything's
Super fine.
Kanji's gonna fucking leave, isn't he? Nah, fuck, it's not Kanji! Shit! I did so good all stream!
You did. You were doing so well. You almost made it.
We would've been screwed if your number showed up on our caller ID. How do we know it didn't, though? How do we know it didn't?
The same way that you know your texts are secure.
Alright, good night, Metric. Yeah, we'll probably be wrapping up here soon, so
Yeah,
don't worry.
night metric.
Huh?
She's 5 minutes early. Never mind.
Yep, I'm glad they chose the words they did and
Yep.
not other words. Yep.
Please go hide in the closet. Please immediately open that door behind you and just go hide in it. Wait, I think that might be a patio. I don't know.
It's a 5-story drop off.
That would be fucking hilarious. Oh my god. You're the one who was so excited about it.
Stomach's acting up. We gotta go back to the bathroom.
What?
Oh my god. Fuck both of you. Oh boy.
Everything's fine.
Welcome home, Master.
Nope. Hate it. Oh no.
I like that there's little hearts in the text box as well.
Yeah, that's bad. Hey, if they're, I feel like they're specifically not showing her face. I was already worried about it forming a new Arcana. My second greatest fear is I turn around and this is somebody I recognize, and now like it's somebody else I know from the school or something. Oh god, of course her name is Becky. I'm Becky, and I have the pleasure of serving you today.
That's perfect. It's Becky with an eye and a little heart.
Oh my god. That's rude. I hate that, so I'm just gonna go with hello. Nervous hello. What was that little move? Oh my, how thoughtless of me. I should explain our services to you, Master.
Oh god, I'm gonna die. I love it.
What would you like me to do today? The basics include cook and this is okay. Two Mind Hygiene is having a problem with this voice. What would you like me to do today? The basics include cooking, cleaning, laundry, but there are other, quote, services, like, we provide if you desire. Heart! You look young, Master. Are you, perhaps, in high school? Oh, no. Yes, I am, because these other two are atrocious for so many different reasons. Oh, Master, you're so funny. Oh, wait, that was a joke, right? I'll wait to provide those other services until you've matured a bit, Master Heart. So, I'll just be getting the fuck out of here now. Thank you so much. Bye. It's still full service. It's full charge. Okay, bye.
That was a good ad-lib. Very good.
No, fucking Ryuji, no. Oh, God. Oh, this got worse. This got worse. Is someone there? No. She's gonna call the cops. As she should.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now this looks like me having propositioned a woman and two people were gonna watch.
Yeah. And there's nothing to clean in this house.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Ron, you're on a balcony. Please tell me. Oh, this is how you're gonna re-fuck up your legs, Ryuji. Oh, it got worse. Mishima, Sakamoto-san? And you! Oh god, it is someone from school, isn't it? Wait, I know this face. I know this face.
On.
I know this face. It's not student council president. Who else have I talked to? Who else have I talked to? This is the teacher! Is this the teacher? No! No!
You are so upset your mic is going wild right now.
No! It can't be. It can't be. No, I refuse. I can't even do the voice anymore. I'm so upset. No. You can't. No. Okay. Hold on. Look. No shame. Nobody in any country pays their teachers enough. I totally get having to have a second gig. But also, I feel like if you're in this, there are some lines of work where you're like, hey, these shouldn't mix for this exact reason, and that's where we're at right now. And I can't. With it, this is unbelievable. I agree with you. This, Oh, she just said it. Oh my god. Okay, so we all agree the four of us are keeping our fucking mouths shut, and that includes you, Mishima, because I know you're not good at secrets, but I swear to God, I will fucking shove you off the roof of this goddamn school.
I mean, they didn't actually see her. So.
Oh, you know what? That's true. But she did also say out loud, "It's me, your homeroom teacher." She said those words out loud.
I think they have fled the scene.
God,
already.
I hope so. Yeah, you should have taken a job outside the city, or literally just not a maid job, or also... Oh, boy.
You know, you could work at the ramen place. I work there.
Yeah.
You could, and I work at the 7-Eleven and the florist, I think.
Hey.
Oh, boy. Sure, yeah, that harpy, that name, for sure. That's definitely how we found out about this. I'm glad you're focusing on that and not why I called a maid service.
Yeah, that's very important.
Am I gonna tell her? I don't know. Depends. Are you gonna tell anyone about me being here?
How much is it worth to you? I've spent a lot of money on weapons and jackets and cat sweaters.
This is all very true. Oh, boy.
You know how expensive cat sweaters are?
This sounds like a thinly veiled threat. I'm gonna go with this. No, I'm not playing dumb. I'm just that idiotic. Have you seen my knowledge score?
It's a 2. It's a number that comes after 1.
Oh, man. Yeah, you are in charge of my class. Oh, is this where you vaguely threaten me? Is that what's gonna happen now?
See, everyone can make very thinly veiled threats.
No, I'm not gonna hit that one. That's not happening.
Hey.
Exactly. Yeah, she's got a great point, which me, the player, knew. Oh, God. Yeah, I would love to forget this ever happened. Here's the problem is James has already told me that doing this was vital to progressing in Arcana, so I'm afraid we're not going to forget this. I have a bad feeling. I got real bad feelings. Yeah, please leave. Please leave before this gets worse. Yeah, okay, goodbye. Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, I suddenly feel exhausted. Same, though.
But you know what?
I want to go home.
You went home. There was no I am thou, thou art I.
There was none of that. And then also, I didn't even have to click to go to bed. My character was just like, nope, we're not making coffee. We're not making lockpicks. We just have to go to sleep.
Nope. You come back and Morgana's like, hey, you look like shit. What happened? Nothing happened.
God. Yeah, it was like Morgana just like at home the whole time. Like, God. Oh. Well, okay, that name just popped up and highlighted, so I feel like I should have paid more attention to it.
Don't worry.
This is the political guy. Okay, I got it. Oh, scandal after scandal, oh no!
In the end.
Oh, boy, okay. I didn't like that audio that came through, like, at all. Anyways,
What
let me
audio?
just save now.
Jeez.
It's like, it was just like ambient, whereas
Oh,
where
gotcha.
before it popped up being like, to think, seeing somebody like eating in the same place as us or whatever. But like the audio was like in the end. I'm like, that was very ominous. I can't look at this teacher the same now. Oh, God.
No worries, she's thinking the same thing about you too.
I mean, fair.
Criminal record, ordering a maid service,
God.
abandoned apartment.
I have a feeling she's about to ask me a question.
How much would you be willing to pay to have someone clean your house?
Oh no. Blanc once had a famous detective character from another series appear in one of his stories. Okay.
Do you know the answer?
This feels right.
This is it.
Well done.
Yes!
Way to go.
It's like, I don't know who this other fucker is, but we're gonna go. I was like, please tell me this is the Sherlock Holmes copycat. And God, I'm so glad that was where my gut went. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. This sounds fake, and I love that it's not.
I also like the little nod that your starting persona was Arsene, which is Arsène Lupin was the character, and the cafe that you're living in is Leblanc.
Yeah, it's like the cafe. I was like, yes, absolutely. I did not know that about Arsène. That's fucking great.
Yeah. Did we level up knowledge? Not yet.
Oh, hey, look, there it is.
Yep.
Oh, Arsène Lupin is synonymous with the idea of Phantom Thief. Okay. Oops.
There you go.
We're just like a little
you-
on the nose there, but okay.
Yeah, you learned. You learned something today.
I did actually learn something. We got a pollen warning. Oh no! We skipped through a bunch of time. Please let me save. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Oh. That sounds like a problem for future me.
That does sound like a problem for future you.
I'm gonna save and let a week from now Jen deal with that.
Yeah, that's a problem for next week.
Exactly. So,
Hey, congratulations! We made it through 3 days.
God, that really took a long time. I did spend a lot of time talking about neutrinos and magnet quenches, and also why Shopify and Printful are terrible. So,
Yeah, I don't want to speak for chat, but I learned a lot, and I found it very interesting.
yeah, I'm glad you found it interesting. That makes me happy.